Good morning. My name is Kazimierz Murzyn, and I welcome you to the third day of LifeScience Open Space event, LifeScience Open Space 2022. Today, we will have a pleasure to discuss the third value chain of technologies related to influencing our health in the context of cancer diseases. But before we start, within 1 hour, between half an hour, let me summarize yesterday, what happened yesterday, and what you participated in. Quick review of the day 2, food tech, solutions for cancer patients. The basic idea for yesterday was that if you tell me what you eat, I'll tell you how healthy you are. Or maybe after yesterday's discussions and presentations, we may say, tell me what you eat, and I'll tell you how long you will remain healthy. That's something very important to remember. But quick review what happened yesterday. Similarly, like yesterday, I'll show you quickly what happened yesterday, and also I will provide a few comments about the collaboration platform we are on. So let me start. So again, yesterday we had two main sessions, food tech solutions for cancer patients. Within these sessions, divided into two parts, before noon and afternoon. We had together 10 collaboration pitches and 4 keynote presentations, and I will show some reminders about those events from yesterday. The partner for these sessions was EIT Food. And afternoon, 3:30, we did participate in LifeScience Startup scene and those scene was actually devoted to women in business. And here we did have 4 startups pitches and 6 women experts discussing with us pretty important issues related to how startups, how new endeavors, businesses are run, basically, but by women entrepreneurs. And here we partner with EIT Health InnoStars, the hub in Kraków. And now few highlights from yesterday. Not everything, of course. That's the short story. Carsten Karlsberg at the beginning provided us with a keynote about this lifestyle factors and risk of developing cancer. That was kind of beautiful presentation and eye-opening discussion after that. Then we did have also the other keynotes provided by Professor Ciszka from Wrocław University, discussing also the cancer cases related to poor nutrition and unhealthy food. We did have some presentations by Katarzyna, for example, by Katarzyna Świąder about functional food. Food Fact provided us with some interesting statistics about the legislation, fraud, safety risks, and the data we may access and learn more from research they are providing. Afternoon, we did have before noon, of course. We did have also here in the studio the guest from Spain, Mercedes Caro Burgos, who participated and led actually the session together with or in the name of EIT Food. Afternoon, also during the session, we had the other experts discussing with us here from the studio, how do we know which food is healthy? And this discussion was also very interesting and full of details and research data. And we did have also discussions from the perspective of law, how the law is involved in this functional food development and innovations. All of this information is of course available on the website, and you can return to yesterday's sessions and watch it again from our platform. We did have in the studio also yesterday morning Joanna Siódek from Neo Hospital. That was that was afternoon. That was afternoon, and it was related to providing the support for startups, especially by Neo Hospital. The example of how the real living lab, which is supposed to be kind of artificial, is supporting startups. And of course, the afternoon session devoted to startups was full of women discussing presenting their businesses, or presenting their view how the businesses are being made or organized by women. Maria Pawlińska was one of the examples who she appeared here in two roles, one of the expert talking about the women in business, and then as a leader of the startups and pitching up for development of their mask-up business. And that was the quick reminder of what happened yesterday. Again, if you want to listen to these presentations, to these discussions, you may return to the platform and watch it again in the session. On the platform, because the LifeScience Open Space, the Open Collaboration Platform has been organized by us to provide some kind of tools, opportunities to be permanently connected with the community, and allowing you to establish collaborations, because innovations happen thanks to collaboration. There is no other way to progress in that endeavor. So, talking about that, I would like to present you again, like similar to yesterday, what happened yesterday on the platform. Because I invited you yesterday and I showed you the statistics we have access to, and statistics we can observe every day what is happening, what is changing. Not very much has changed, although there was a positive change. For example, since yesterday or since Monday, we have seven more users. And as users in terms of organizations, so as when you see here, I put the numbers. When the companies, there is one more startups. There is two more now. 56 startups registered on the platform. We have two more research organizations now, 54, and one more public institutions. Practically, this is spread all over the world, as you see, and here is more detailed how this was spread all over the Europe. Of course, the most dense actually participation is from Poland, and in Poland from Kraków. Here is again this funny picture about usage. I still don't know exactly what this picture is showing us in details, and I have to learn this about this later on, when we have time to summarize what happened. Here only it's worth to notice that in total we did have yesterday more than 1,000 clicks on the website to watch or to follow us on the platform, on the event. So to remind you about how to make best use of the platform, here yesterday I mentioned that it's worth to put more offers, to put your offers on the platform, and since yesterday or since Monday we have 12 more offers put on the platform, which is very interesting. And I encourage you to go to this functionality request to this marketplace for functionality, where you will find different categories of collaboration opportunities, like products offers, IP offers. At this moment, it's empty. But also requests for products and services. So not only your offers you can put on the offers, but also you can ask for some kind of collaborations, which is directly presented through in the menu by the position request for product services. Or you can also request or enter into collaboration through project collaboration. But here is something interesting. So I wanted to show you more in details regarding this request for products and services, which was with number of this requests has grown by 12 by yesterday. Here we have all these requests, which you can filter and search and then reply to those requests. What's interesting, those I just wanted to put your attention to that because when I checked what's going on in this place, it's I found that all these requests are coming at this moment from abroad, outside of Poland. So I'm talking now to Polish community to take care about that, to pay attention to that, because these are type of opportunities which come to us, and maybe we have to learn how to make use this vice versa, so ask for collaboration with foreigners. But at this moment, the majority of these requests are just from abroad. And when you go to the details, you will see that those requests, for example, this is one of the example of the request coming from Vienna, where the organizations from Vienna is seeking for early stage drug delivery and development projects from Central Eastern Europe universities. So this is directed to the universities, and this fact triggers in me thinking, how well are you presented on the platform? How well you described yourself and your organizations to allow others find you, and that's the very important thing, because without information it will be very difficult to actually find the right partner, especially when the number of offers, number of participants on the platform will grow. But here you see the example that you can directly apply for this respond to this request by clicking the button apply, and the system will follow you with the next steps. But here, what I wanted to show you, it's a good example. These are examples from two startups. It's not important that you can read what's written down at this moment from the screen, but I just wanted to show you that there are better and not so good examples on the platform. How companies, for example, in this case, startups describe themselves. Here you see that the information. Here we have two startups, Bioform and not Bioform. That's I don't see from this perspective, but it's something with bio. Sorry for that. And Mofima. Two startups which actually describe their offer, their presence, their request, their stage of development in details. So there is a lot of information provided here, which makes it easy to find them. It makes it easy to make contacts. And I just wanted to remind you that the platform has implemented the artificial intelligence functionality, which, if there is complete information, matches and provides some kind of support to find the right partners in the platform. One more tip in that moment is that those informations are not presented only here in LifeScience Open Space platform, because we are connected through the system through InnoLoft platform with another 13 plus another communities in Europe and all over the world. Half of them are somehow involved in life sciences and healthcare or health technology issues, health technology collaborations for innovations. So more information you provide, more precise information you provide, more probable is that you'll be found, or you will find the right partners. So Confucius said something similar, which I wanted to pass to you. That's the little bit translation. That information is not everything, but without information, everything is for nothing. So please, if you feel your information, your profile is not complete, do it better. You can always do it better and provide complete information, and the result you expect will be much better. Actually, the platform is something a kind of tool we provided to you to allow you to find partners. But everything else, I mean, any other activities and efficiency of this platform is actually on your side because that you are managing your profiles and you are using the platform. So I encourage you to, in free time, go to get back to platform and make use of this more efficiently. And that's everything what I wanted to show you at this moment. Now we will have a few minutes for commercials. We are partnering in this event with the city of Kraków, so I think this is nice to hear again about how beautiful and effective this city can be in supporting business, especially supporting startups. And we will meet again in a few minutes at 9:30, and we will meet with Marzena Siudak, who is with us already in the studio, waiting for to let her sit here and talk with us. So see you in a minute.
MSIP, czyli Miejski System Informacji Przestrzennej. To narzędzie, które pomaga wszystkim zainteresowanym w podejmowaniu decyzji i w poznaniu przestrzeni i infrastruktury Krakowa. Jako zintegrowany system do wspomagania zarządzania miastem, realizuje zadania gromadzenia, przetwarzania i udostępniania danych. Sercem MSIP są mapy. Do ich tworzenia zbierane są dane ze świata rzeczywistego, a następnie przekształca się je i przenosi w wirtualny świat, dostępny dla każdego użytkownika internetu. Portal jest nieocenionym źródłem informacji. Wspieramy urzędników w podejmowaniu ważnych decyzji. Pomagamy w rozwoju. Zwiększamy wydajność zarządzania miastem. W miarę wzrostu potrzeb biznesowych wykorzystanie map prowadzi do usprawnienia procesów inwestycyjnych. Pomożemy, niezależnie od tego, czym się zajmujesz. Jesteś architektem, geodetą, rzeczoznawcą czy przedsiębiorcą poszukującym nowych miejsc pod inwestycje. Na portalu dowiesz się jak, gdzie, kiedy, za ile i dlaczego. Uzyskaj informacje nie wychodząc z domu, gdzie znajduje się nieruchomość. Możesz sprawdzić podłączenie mediów do działki, czy działka jest przygotowana do budowy oraz dowiedz się, jakie są plany rozwoju miasta. Tworzymy nowoczesne społeczeństwo informacyjne. MSIP to skuteczne narzędzie wyszukiwania różnorodnych informacji dla celów edukacyjnych oraz wspierania rozwoju inwestycji prywatnych. Lokalne inicjatywy społeczne i ekologiczne korzystają z danych MSIP przy planowaniu i zgłaszaniu projektów. Wspieramy naukę. Zobacz, jak było kiedyś i co się zmieniło. Kontroluj planowane kierunki rozwoju miasta i jego zabudowy. Skomponuj mapę według własnych wymagań. Przeglądaj kompozycje mapowe w aplikacji mobilnej, online i offline, gdy nie masz dostępu do internetu. Nie pozostawaj obojętny na problemy miasta. Zapisz się do naszego newslettera i bądź na bieżąco. Masz pomysł? Napisz. Wejdź i się przekonaj. MSIP, czyli Miejski System Informacji Przestrzennej. To narzędzie, które pomaga wszystkim zainteresowanym w podejmowaniu decyzji i w poznaniu przestrzeni i infrastruktury Krakowa. Jako zintegrowany system do wspomagania zarządzania miastem, realizuje zadania gromadzenia, przetwarzania i udostępniania danych. Sercem MSIP są mapy. Do ich tworzenia zbierane są dane ze świata rzeczywistego, a następnie przekształca się je i przenosi w wirtualny świat, dostępny dla każdego użytkownika internetu. Portal jest nieocenionym źródłem informacji. Wspieramy urzędników w podejmowaniu ważnych decyzji. Pomagamy w rozwoju. Zwiększamy wydajność zarządzania miastem. W miarę wzrostu potrzeb biznesowych wykorzystanie map prowadzi do usprawnienia procesów inwestycyjnych. Pomożemy, niezależnie od tego, czym się zajmujesz. Jesteś architektem, geodetą, rzeczoznawcą czy przedsiębiorcą poszukującym nowych miejsc pod inwestycje. Na portalu dowiesz się jak, gdzie, kiedy, za ile i dlaczego. Uzyskaj informacje nie wychodząc z domu, gdzie znajduje się nieruchomość. Możesz sprawdzić podłączenie mediów do działki, czy działka jest przygotowana do budowy oraz dowiedz się, jakie są plany rozwoju miasta. Tworzymy nowoczesne społeczeństwo informacyjne. MSIP to skuteczne narzędzie wyszukiwania różnorodnych informacji dla celów edukacyjnych oraz wspierania rozwoju inwestycji prywatnych. Lokalne inicjatywy społeczne i ekologiczne korzystają z danych MSIP przy planowaniu i zgłaszaniu projektów. Wspieramy naukę. Zobacz, jak było kiedyś i co się zmieniło. Kontroluj planowane kierunki rozwoju miasta i jego zabudowy. Skomponuj mapę według własnych wymagań. Przeglądaj kompozycje mapowe w aplikacji mobilnej, online i offline, gdy nie masz dostępu do internetu. Nie pozostawaj obojętny na problemy miasta. Zapisz się do naszego newslettera i bądź na bieżąco. Masz pomysł? Napisz. Wejdź i się przekonaj.
Hello again. We now start the third day of presentation sessions, discussions about issues that relate to collaboration to fight against the cancer. Today we have devoted to environs, so environmental causes of cancer, something which is, as we think, the issue which can be avoided. With me in the studio is Marzena Smol, which represents Instytut Gospodarki Surowcami Mineralnymi I Energią Polskiej Akademii Nauk. Institute is a kind of leader of this session. Marzena is our chairman of these presentations. We are still talking about the collaboration opportunities. So presentations, keynotes, and then pitches, collaboration pitches should be considered as something providing the opportunities to establish connections and start working together. It's nice to have you here. It's for the first time we have this focus on environments. So please take a lead. The floor and screen is yours.
Thank you, Kazimierz, for the very nice introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to open the session which is dedicated to the environmental aspects of the cancer disease. And I have to underline that this is the first time during this event when we focus on the environmental aspects. and this is the integral part of the medical tech and food tech that have been focused during last 2 days. Today's environmental session will be dedicated to some factors which could affect the cancer disease, and mainly we will focus on the health environment. That means health soil, health water, and safe air. The session will be divided into 3 parts. The first part will be dedicated to the presentation of the keynotes, and we will have 3 special guests. The first guest will present the holistic approach to the factors that could increase the possibility of the cancer disease in our bodies. The second keynote will present the consequences of the environmental factors that could affect our health. And the last part will be dedicated to the presentation of the case study, air pollution and smoke. The second part of our session will be dedicated to the presentation of the possibilities of the collaboration, dedicated to the high quality technologies to remove the pollutions from the water and soil and air. And also we have the special guest who will present the safe cosmetics. The last part will be dedicated to the discussion. Here we will focus on the specific question. The most important question now will be how to increase the awareness of the people about the environmental aspects and factors that could affect the cancer disease in our bodies, and how to convince the people to avoid and to have a clean environment and specific components of the environment like water, soil, and air. So let me introduce the first keynote speaker. This is the invited speaker, Dr. Paweł Koczkodaj. Dr. Paweł Koczkodaj is a Deputy Head of Cancer Epidemiology and Primary Prevention Department at Maria Skłodowska-Curie National Research Institute of Oncology. He's the PhD in Medical Science and Health Science, Public Health Specialist, and also very important element of your career, I think it's health educator. You are the ambassador of the European Code Against Cancer in Poland, also the member of European Health Parliament in Brussels, and the European Network for Smoking Prevention Youth Working Group in Brussels. So very high experience in the education and the science, and also I would like to underline that Dr. Paweł Koczkodaj had and has a lot of scholarships dedicated to the cancer prevention and human health. So Paweł, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, and first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here and to say something more about the environmental risk in cancer from my perspective. As you mentioned, Marzena, my specialty is health education, public health, cancer prevention, primary cancer prevention, and in some way also secondary cancer prevention. So hopefully my presentation will be interesting for you. It's a bit different area. However, can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
We can.
Okay. Okay. So the time is very short, so I will start. At the beginning, I would like to show you a short slide with some numbers, statistics. You can read it in the meanwhile, but the main information, the most important information is that each year in Poland, in European countries, but also in Europe, in the world, we see a stable increase in cancer incidence, and this is very important issue in terms of our today's discussion. because it has been investigated that almost 95% of all malignancies, all cancer cases, are connected with external factors, also environmental factors. Only exclusively 5 to 10% is about genetics. So we can say that the vast majority of cancer risks in our life lay in our own hands. And you mentioned before that the third presentation will discuss air pollution also as an important factor in cancers, and that's true because in the last years there is more and more discussion about the air pollution and cancer. And in 2020, International Agency for Research on Cancer published a report, World Cancer 2020. Which highlighted that in 2017, almost 300,000 cases of lung cancer in the world, of course, were connected exclusively with air pollution. So this is very important information for us also from the educational point of view. I would like to discuss a bit the main factors shaping cancer trends. So age structure at the beginning, this is the most important factor. Unfortunately, there is nothing to do about this. Of course, there are some social programs, for example, which aim to encourage people to have more children and to make the environment more friendly to have children. Like in general. However, the impact of these actions is unfortunately not very strong. So on the left side, you can see the age structure of Polish population in the 1970s, and on the right side, there is a prognosis of our Central Statistical Office in 2050. So on the left side, you can see like a regular pyramid when you have the highest proportion of people with like in the age of 10, 20, 30 years old, in general, very young people. And in 2050, you can see like a quite reverse pyramid where the proportion of people in older age is the highest. So now we are in the middle of the way between what happened in 1970 and what is going to happen in 2050. So you can see that we have the highest proportion of people like 40, 50 years old. And why I'm talking about this, because this is the one factor with which we cannot really change. And this is the one of the strongest factor in cancer, in cancers in general. But fortunately, we have also the second factor, which is also very, very strong. And this is lifestyle, which is also connected with the environment and environmental factors. So here I put the information, very short information about the European Code Against Cancer. This is the initiative of the European Commission, which started in 1987. So, it's like more than 30 years. And of course, the recommendations which were developed during that time were changing. Now we have we have addition from 2014, so we have 12 recommendations in the European Code Against Cancer. And what is inside? Inside we have, of course, I will show you in a few minutes what are the recommendations. However, the recommendations are very simple and refer in many cases to environmental cancer risks. And, some time ago, WHO, World Health Organization, estimates that if all European people, I mean the WHO European region, will follow the 12th recommendation of the European Code Against Cancer, we could achieve like a 50% reduction of all cancer deaths in this region, which is a huge, potentially huge impact in this area. Of course, we are here in a group of, like a scientists, like a people who are more in science. So I just want to show you that everything what is inside the European Code Against Cancer is evidence-based medicine. This is like a general publication about the European Code Against Cancer. However, each recommendation has its own publication and evidence which were published in a good journal. So if you are interested, I encourage you to read these articles. So what is inside the European Code Against Cancer? When we are talking about the lifestyle, like almost all recommendations of the from the European Code Against Cancer are about the lifestyle. And my today's talk will focus mainly on tobacco smoke because this is a very strong environmental factor, which is important not also in cancers, but in many chronic diseases. In cancers, it is estimated that tobacco smoke is responsible for 1/4 of all cancer deaths. So if we can imagine that, if we imagine that that all of the smokers will quit smoking immediately, in 15-20 years, we will see like a enormous decrease in cancer incidence and in cancer mortality. So first two recommendations are do not smoke, and please create an environment free from the tobacco smoke. This is very important because passive smoking is also very, very important issue. Third, keep your weight healthy, be physical active, have a healthy diet, avoid alcohol. The recommendation is to reduce alcohol in maximal way. However, WHO encourage to stop drinking like at all. UV radiation, avoid overexposure, avoid carcinogens at the workplace, avoid radon radiation. This is also quite new recommendation because it appeared in a European Code Against Cancer in the last edition in 2014. Hormonal replacement therapy. This is about the maximal reduction of the time when the women should take the hormonal replacement therapy. Vaccine yourself, vaccine your children with HPV against HPV, and take part in the cancer screenings. This is like a whole list of the recommendations, and some of them are certainly connected with the environmental cancer risk. So now I'm going to discuss more about the mainly about tobacco, also about the alcohol as well. And here you can see what is the exposure in Polish society. These are the data from 2016. Unfortunately, these are the latest data from the GYTS study in Poland. However, we are working on the new editions, so we will have latest data like in a few months. However, please look here. About 16% and 15% of girls and boys. Of boys and girls smoked cigarettes, and these were the boys and girls in the age of 13 and 15 years old. These are daily smokers, so these children smoke like on a regular basis each day. E-cigarettes, this is also very important in this context. Why? Because there is more and more scientific proofs, scientific evidence that we can also say that in case of e-cigarettes, there is also passive smoking. And another thing is that, unfortunately, we don't really know what is inside the liquids, which are, heated to like a very high temperature. So we don't know what kind of reactions are taking place inside. what kind of carcinogens are inside, and so on and so on. So this is also like a rising public health challenge for us, and you can see here we are very good in e-cigarettes usage, unfortunately. Because in case of boys, these are not the all European Union countries. However, as far as I know from the other studies and data, Polish boys are on the top of the list when it comes to prevalence of e-cigarettes use. There are also some smaller studies which shows that unfortunately these percentages are much more higher after 6 years of the latest GYTS data study edition. Here you can see the latest data from Eurobarometer 2021. So when it comes to adult population, more than 1/4 of Polish populations are daily smokers. So these are the people who are smoking, who are addicted, and who smoke each day. Here you can see on the left side the average in the European Union countries and the UK, of course, after the Brexit, and we are above the average in the European Union. Please look here lower when we distinguish the genders. So, of course, there is highest proportion in men when it comes to smoking. It's 32% and 20% among women. However, I will show you the slides in a few minutes. When we look on the lung cancer mortality, which is like a reflection of smoking prevalence in the past, we can see that the smoking prevalence, that the lung cancer mortality is decreasing among men, among Polish men, but unfortunately not among women, which is a very worrying thing for us. And this is the huge concern because we still are trying to find out why is that and why is the reason of this phenomenon. Here you can see the e-cigarettes adult users. Of course, these percentages are much more lower than in comparison with the traditional cigarettes. However, please look on the average in the European Union, it's higher. And in my opinion, we are going in this direction as well because, you know, these new tobacco products and e-cigarettes are more and more popular. Please look on the youngest age group. Here you can see that 21% are daily users of these e-cigarettes. So this is about the marketing. This is about the tobacco industry. Of course, some of the countries are going to, let's say, forbid traditional cigarettes. They are going to introduce the end game. This is the official name. So they are going to delegalize traditional cigarettes. But at the same time, tobacco industry is saying, okay, please delegalize the traditional cigarettes. We have e-cigarettes, we have heated tobacco products. We have like a wide range of the new products, and you know, people will be still addicted. These are unfortunately huge money and huge industry. Heated tobacco products, I am sure that some of you saw, for example, already IQOS, which is also quite popular. Here you can see that about 0.4, only 0.4% of the Polish adult population use heated tobacco products, but these are the data from 2019. And please look here, these are the data 2 years later, and now we can see that it's already 4%. Please look on the youngest age group. Once again, this is 9%. So once again, these products are created for younger people. This is like a new generation of people who are going to be addicted from nicotine and from tobacco products. Here is the slide which I mentioned before. Please look on the left side. Here you can see the males. This is the lung cancer mortality from 1980 to 2019. So you can see that we achieved like a peak in the late 90s and at the beginning of 2000s. And after that, we noticed decrease. But in female, we have like a stable increase within the years. We can see that the lung cancer mortality in women is increasing, which means that the environmental exposure on on tobacco smoke is still increasing. It's still ongoing. And I should also mention that accordingly to the latest data, to the latest studies, in one cigarette, there is more than 7,000 chemical compounds, substances, and other things which are not really good for our health. And between, like in these 7,000, we have more than 70, more than 70, which are highly carcinogenic, highly. So they are included in the group 1 created by the International Agency for Research on Cancer. So there is no doubt that there is a carcinogenic influence on people's health. So smoking only one cigarette, we are exposing to this amount of substances and carcinogens. This is the paper. If you are interested, please, you can easily find it. But why I'm showing this? I'm going to show you this because I want to demonstrate the influence of tobacco smoke also on the population effect. So as you know, breast cancer is the most popular, the most frequent cancer in women in Poland, also in the world. But since 2004 in Poland, please look on this slide, since 2004, we observed the intersection of the trends in lung and breast cancer. So since 2004, lung cancer is the first main cause of cancer deaths in Poland, in men, but also in women, even though the breast cancer is the most frequent one. So once again, this shows that in the women population in Poland, we have a very, very high exposure on these carcinogens. Here you can see the wider time period. So since 1960 to 2018, there is stable increase in lung cancer mortality in women, in Poland. This was an investigation about the Hungary as well. So we investigated that in these two countries, in these two particular countries, in Hungary and in Poland, the role of women in smoking prevalence and in lung cancer mortality is very, very high, significant. What do we do to reduce this exposure? So in mid-90s, Professor Zatoński and his team, who used to be the head of our department at the time, they prepared the special law which were presented as a gold standard by the WHO in the European countries and in the world, reducing the exposure of tobacco smoke in Poland. So, you can see now the continuum of this action. So you are not able to smoke in a public place, in the bus stops, in the restaurants, and so on and so on. There are also some gaps which should be addressed. The issues should be addressed. For example, smoking on the balconies, or smoking in the cars when there are children inside, or pregnant women. This should be also solved, but it's not so easy, as you know, to conduct the legislative process. What I want to mention also is that we have National Quitline, and it operates since 1996 until now in Poland. And at that time, in the 90s, it was the first solution in our part of the Europe like this. So we were quite, let's say, modern that time. a national cancer strategy since February 2020. And within this national cancer strategy, we are introducing some other actions, some other very important areas in smoking cessation that we are hoping to bring a change in especially among women's population when it comes to smoking and smoking cessation prevention. The one problem which I want to show you also when it comes to exposure and use of tobacco products is advertisement and promotion. In Poland, it's forbidden to advertise tobacco products. However, accordingly to the results of our study, this was the pilot study in Warsaw. We investigated point of sales near the school settings if they advertise any tobacco products. Unfortunately, in 76% of investigated point of sales, we noticed violation with the law when it comes to tobacco promotion and tobacco prevention. And what's more, in many cases, tobacco products were placed near to sugary products like sweets and things like that. So near the school settings, it has great meanings. Here you can see, of course, lung cancer. This is like a very short part of the epidemiology yet. This is like in 60 countries, this is the most frequent cause of cancer deaths, lung cancer, of course, also in Poland. Here you can see the ranking. So in 60 countries, this is the first reason of cancer deaths, in 29 second, and so on. So it shows once again how big problem, how huge problem for public health is tobacco smoke. Even though if you think that on each package of cigarettes there is an information that tobacco kills, smoking kills, that it causes a lot of very, very heart diseases, still a lot of people smoke cigarettes. This is also very interesting. I just want to show you, I took this from the Lancet Oncology, and please, you can see here DALYs attributable, which means disability adjusted life years attributable to tobacco use. And the highest DALYs indicators values are in Europe, in Poland, and in Balkan countries. Okay, I guess that this is the sound that I should going to an end. I just want to mention also about the alcohol, which is in the European Code Against Cancer, very important topic. In Poland, unfortunately, we can see also the increasing number of liters per capita each year of the pure alcohol, which is consuming by Polish people. We are like, let's say, at the same level as in the European Union. However, the consumption is high. We investigated how many cancers in Poland in 2016 were directly connected with alcohol use. So you can see here that 3.5% among women and 5.8% among men. Maybe you can say that this is not a very high percentage. However, these cancers were like a totally avoidable. I just skip this slide. Vaccinations, of course, in this time when we have this very, very strong anti-vaccinations movement, we have to say it loud that HPV is totally avoidable when we have very efficient public health actions. And Australia is a great example, because since 2007 they have national program against HPV, and they vaccine girls, but also boys, and until 2030 they are going to eradicate HPV like totally. And really at the end, because I know that my time is going to an end, I just want to show you this slide, which is very interesting, maybe for our further discussion. Exposure versus declared and presented health attitudes. About 78% of adult Polish people declare that they are taking care of their health. And this is about the physical activity, smoking, healthy diet, screenings, and so on. However, we cannot see this in the epidemiological data. We do not see reflection of this in other data. Please look here. In Poland, 71% of adult population 15 plus years old declared that they are never or seldom active in their daily life. So this is like a catastrophe for us, because the physical activity is like a medicine, or regular physical activity is like a medicine for many cancers. It can prevent from many cancers. Here, the last example, this is the last slide, I promise. Screenings. Once again, a lot of people, 78% of adult population declares that they are participating in screenings. We cannot see this in the data which we have from the National Health Fund, for example. As far I know, in October, there was 11% of eligible women who performed cytology, and about 39% who performed mammography. And to achieve population effect, we need 70% of eligible population to participate in screening. So we have a lot, really a lot to do. Okay, thank you, and sorry for delay for 2 minutes more. If you have any questions, I would be very happy to answer and to discuss with you my presentation.
Paweł, thank you very much for your very nice presentation. I have one question. You have shown us the statistics, European Union comparing to Poland, and what was really sad that around 20% of the youngest people, 21% of the youngest people, that's mean in the age between 15 and 24, they are already smokers. Comparing to the European perspectives, there is the average value for the European Union, 25%. So in Poland, we are a little bit better. So my first question is, what we are doing better than the, average of the European young people? And the second question is dedicated to the active and passive smoking. I assume that when the youngest people start to smoke, they also affect their colleagues. So it's not only active smoking is dangerous, but also this passive smoking is very dangerous for the youngest people. So how to convince those young people? Do you know any initiatives that are dedicated to the youngest people? For example, these very ugly pictures on the cigarettes or something like that.
Yes, thank you for these questions. So the first one, this is about our law. We have quite strict law rules which work now. So I guess this is one of the reasons. Unfortunately, the second one is about the tobacco marketing and tobacco industry. So we are like in the we are like in the process of I don't want to say introducing, but we are not such developed when it comes to marketing of tobacco products and e-cigarettes like in some Western countries. So from my perspective, I guess that in the next year, unfortunately, our youth will be at the same level of the tobacco consumption and e-cigarettes consumption as Western countries. But maybe if we introduce some dedicated law, maybe it won't happen. However, in my opinion, we are going in this direction because we can see historical data from other studies, and unfortunately, there is still increase in tobacco consumption. And your second question about the secondhand smoke. Yes, of course, there is like a wide range of the data and studies which show that the health consequences are the same for people who are active smokers and passive smokers. So, this is not only about your own choice. If you smoke cigarettes between other people, unfortunately, you force them to smoke as well. And one thing which is not really well known is that there is something like a third-hand smoking, which means that if you smoke inside the room, inside the flat or house, the tobacco smoke, penetrates all of the carpets, curtains, elements of the flat of your house. And even if you open the window, if you use, fresheners or something like this, the carcinogens are still there. So this is like, cigarettes are hopeless when it comes to health. So this is my answer that that of course it affects also other people, and how to persuade youth. This is the great question, because we are still trying to find out how to persuade young people not to smoke. Unfortunately, we are against the huge machine of the tobacco industry. And for example, if you look on the new tobacco products, for example, IQOS, it's very nice. It's like a iPhone, like an Apple, and all of the things, all of the appearance which are connected with the new tobacco products are connected with young people. They are trying to make it cool, make it make an impression that this is not really harmful. There is also like a slogan that this is a healthier choice. So we have to educate people. We have to educate young people. Unfortunately, in Poland, we still do not have a subject like a health, health preparation or lesson about the health, like a dedicated lessons. So this is the challenge. This is the challenge, to educate young people from the beginning until the end of the education, and also in the adult life. So this is the challenge for the next years, I guess.
Yes, I wanted to ask also because the subject of this session is environs, and we are talking the immediate environs, something which is very close to us, like we are sitting in the cinema, for example, in this moment, and also something which is more outside buildings or inside building, light, or whatever. And there is a question. I'm thinking after your presentation that the problem we have is in business models, because it's easier to make money or curing than protecting. Yeah.
Yes, this is not also about the business, but also about the politics. Because when we are talking with politics about the cancer prevention, they are not really interested, because the results are not immediate. Results of the cancer prevention actions are visible in many years. For example, when it comes to tobacco, which I was talking about, it's like a 15-20 years old from the point when you start to smoke, and when you probably develop lung cancer. So it's like a years. And if you stop smoking, it also takes years. If you smoke a lot of years, to takes years to come back to the previous stage. So unfortunately, we don't have like a magical pill, or just a pill like in the interventional medicine, to make people more active, to make people more aware, or something like this. So of course, this is also about the business models, and we have to also think about this. But this is also about the politics, and about how cancer prevention works, and that it needs time. So now we need like a real cancer prevention leaders who are aware of this, and who are able to explain politics that it looks like this. However, in some way we live in this period like 4 years from the elections to elections, and sometimes you are not able to implement the efficient public health actions, because some of the politics are not really interested in the results which will take place in 20 years ahead. So Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about business models. I was just referring to this politics because actually, who should to pay for this problem? Yeah, I think that's the governments who should educate, as you say, who should work against starting this type of bad behaviors. Yeah, but there is a notion. Sorry, there is. I heard a very nice, very mind-thinking, mind-blowing the notion about the issue that you will never get credit for solving problem that doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. There is a huge discussion, public debate about who should pay for this, or if people who smoke like 20 or 30 years should have like a health insurance for free or something like this. So there are some certain models. For example, in Poland, we have some of the sin tax. For example, sugar tax, or taxes which are connected to tobacco or to alcohol. And in the ideal world, money from these taxes should be dedicated for education, for health education, for health actions and things like that. However, it's not happening because this money are, disappearing in the system, and they are taking for something else. So this is, I guess, once again about the health policy. There are some good attempts to create some funds for health education, but still these are only attempts and attempts of financing from the taxes, from the sin taxes. However, it's not happened. I'm a huge fan of this solution to take this money for health education from these taxes. However, I guess in our current situation, economical situation, and recession, inflation, and so on, this will be very hard in the next year. So in this situation, maybe government should take this responsibility on their bill. So yeah, this is quite complex issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Paweł, for this presentation. What we can take from your presentation is that we have changed the law, and there is more and more strict in the context of the cancer prevention. At least the smokers cannot smoke inside doors. Yes, so I'm very happy about that. But what is still a problem is the education, and education, not that we don't have the content for the health education, because I could assume that Paweł, as an expert in the education as well, could provide this content, but there are no dedicated programs in our universities and also in our primary and secondary schools where we can show this content. So it should be changed, I think, in the future. So we will keep the fingers crossed to have the further changes in this area. Now we will continue to the next keynote speaker, and here I would like to invite Professor Anna Czarnecka. She is the specialist in Maria Skłodowska-Curie National Research Institute of Oncology, also the specialist in biotechnology at the Department of Experimental Pharmacology of the Mirosław Mosakowski Institute of Experimental and Clinical Medicine of the Polish Academy of Sciences. Anna, very long name of the institute.
Sorry.
I would like to also underline that Professor Czarnecka, she was a deputy director for science of the National Institute of the Oncology. Currently, you are working on the markers for cancers in the specific areas. I will say the Polish names, Czerniak and Mięśniak. What I wanted to say also about Anna from my private perspective, that she is the member of the Polish Young Academy of the Polish Academy of Sciences, and she's one of the youngest full professor in the medicine in Poland currently. So big congratulations for our keynote speaker. And Anna, she will present the consequences of the environmental factors in our bodies in the context of the cancer disease. So Anna, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. I greatly appreciate the invitation, and thank you for such a nice introduction. The topic of my today's lecture are the molecular mechanism of things that are actually happening when we are exposed to those environmental factors that Pavel was just mentioning. And I even have a special slides on the smoking section for the exposition of people who are passive smokers, because this was a very hot topic this year on European Cancer Conference in Paris. So I think we're gonna make a good connection between the two lectures. So going back to information, kind of basic, we are very often told that the reason for cancer development are genes. But to tell you the truth, actually, yes, the cancer is a genetic disease, but the gene disruption actually happens during our life, and the predisposition for cancer that is inherited is only 5% of all the cases, and 95% actually are the environmental and lifestyle factors that we are exposed during our lives. So those factors that I mean by environmental are radiation, including, of course, UV radiation, but also air pollution that I will tell you a few things about. And the lifestyle factors were just explained in the lecture before, so including diet, smoking, alcohol, or physical activity. But all these things together, they, in terms of molecular part, they share some biological effects, which is a DNA damage, oxidative stress, and deregulation of immune response within our body and particular tissues. So there was a very interesting report from France a few years ago, but it actually represents Poland, current Poland, pretty well. As you can see, over 40% of new cases were actually attributed to known environmental factors. Of course, smoking as a leader, but the things I would like to concentrate is the ultraviolet radiation, which is something that we can prevent, and also the air pollution, which is something also that generally and globally we may have some impact on it. Of course, the other things like diet, infections, these are more particular things that has a lot of variation from patient to patient. In the environment, besides the pollution, there are also other carcinogens that are more related to particular occupation and particular type of work that people do. So please keep in mind that, for example, hairdressers or people who work in manufactories or in house building, they are exposed to very specific carcinogens, also including those people who are responsible for farming and agriculture, which I mean by chemicals including pesticides. What is actually happening when we are exposed to these carcinogens is that there are driver mutations. The driver mutation is a kind of mutation in DNA that is indispensable for development of this kind of cancer and is enough to induce the development of this particular cancer. So at this point of time, we know that the number is not just one mutation, except osteosarcoma, which is p53 dependent. But for melanomas, we have 3-4 mutations, and it is enough to induce the process. For lung cancer, it is 7, for colorectal 6. So it's few mutations. On one hand, it's a low number. On the other hand, luckily, it's usually not the only one mutation. In terms of melanoma and other skin cancers, I have to remind you that the thing that is easily forgotten, that the UV, besides its nice activity in tanning, which we often is considered healthy, it's actually a very active carcinogen. UVB, that is usually the one that we think about as a potentially harmful, is that that the one gives you direct DNA damage, including disruption of the DNA molecule. But please keep in mind that the UVA that is considered, well, not so bad for the health, is actually inducing a reactive oxygen species in the skin, which in turn, those reactive oxygen species damage the DNA itself, especially the guanosine nucleotide, but also it causes lipid peroxidation and damage in the proteins. So it's actually may turn the oncogenesis on multiple levels. UVC that is not so harmful because usually it's stopped by the ozone layer, but as you know, the ozone layer is thinner and thinner, so it's actually also potentially harmful. So the thing that is usually happen when the DNA is exposed to UV are the changes in the nucleotides, because the bases in the DNA get disruptions, which leads to the differences in the particular protein that is later coded by the DNA. The most common for UV are G to T transversions. And the bad thing about it is that a lot of G nucleotides, guanosine nucleotides, are located in the genes that are indispensable for the cell cycle regulation and DNA repair. That is p53, as I said, but also BRAF mutation, gene very important in melanoma development, and also PTEN or NRAS genes. So there are some particular genes that, due to their coding system, are predisposed, so to say, to be mutated by the UV. And these are actually the genes that are connected to development of those cancers. What is very fatal in the UV exposure is that melanin that we consider there as a, giving us the tan and changing the color of the skin, it unfortunately has also other functions which has been recently discovered. It's actually activating cell survival, so means that the cells will not die even if the DNA is damaged, so potentially precancerous cells may survive. It's also the UV by influence on the immune response, including macrophages, and macrophages within the tumor are actually harmful. These are M2 macrophages, the immune suppressive ones. This makes the immune control of melanoma to be blocked, and then preferentially those cells may metastasize and survive and metastasize. So there are two types of UV disruptions. One that I told you is the one connected with the G nucleotides, but also in the UV signature. Please keep in mind the cytosine very often is also mutated. So again, genes that are C-rich, which actually very often happens in regulatory elements of the genes, are also found. And this may be also called as a UV signature within the genes. So both the intermittent and cumulative exposure to DNA is harmful. It's harmful in two different ways. So the chronic damage and cumulative exposure usually results in SCC, so squamous cell carcinoma, that is typical for older people, while intermittent UV exposure, which happens to most of us when we stay all day long in an office and then accidentally go for a week in a nice environment, then we have intermittent high exposure to UV, and that type of suntan behavior usually is predisposing to melanoma, but also the BCC, so basal cell carcinoma. The gene that I told you that is very important for the melanoma development is the BRAF gene. What is actually this gene responsible? It's a kinase, and it activates a whole pathway that is downstream the gene. And the unhappy event that is happening within is that a single mutation that causes one nucleotide damage, inducing one amino acid change in the protein, is actually able to activate the gene permanently. And when such a mutation happens, it's also connected in the mechanism in nucleotide excision repair damage. So not only the particular nucleotide is changed, but also due to the same UV exposure, the mechanism that should enable repair of this gene is not active. So what happens, the protein with new amino acid, it's 10 times more active than the not mutated protein, and not only it's more active, it's permanently active. So the downstream signaling is very high and active, and this is the result of changing the amino acid that was neutral, and it turns into glutamate that has a charge, and it makes the chemical reaction much more easy, therefore. So what was also found is that there are other mutations, not only the BRAF. You can see a very nice next generation sequencing paper published just a few years ago, has shown that there are many large abnormalities in the DNA, that is copy number variations. So amplifications is when there is more copies of the gene than it should be. And this applies to the KIT gene, but also CDK4 gene. But on the other hand, some genes are lost during the melanoma genesis. And these are the genes that are responsible for like inhibiting the cell cycle. There are other mutations, so smaller abnormalities, usually single nucleotide, and there is a wide span of these things. But please keep in mind that, for example, there are PRB, which is a very important gene, mostly known for retinoblastoma, but also in melanoma, it gives high activity, and also mutations that would result in lack of activity of particular therapies, which is, for example, NF1 gene mutation. What we can do is, of course, to isolate us from the UV light, but please keep in mind that even a filter of 50, which you can the description you can find on the bottle, does not protect us in 100%. So filter of 50 keeps 2%, while filter of 30 keeps 3% of the UV still penetrating the skin. So it's easily to see that environmental factors, including UV, but for lung cancer, including the pollution, are the factors that induce the highest number of mutations within the cells. On the left, we have cancers and other malignancies that have low number of mutations, but if we turn more to the right, the number is getting higher and higher. As you can see, the colorectal, both type of lung cancers, all these are typical cancers that are correlated with environmental exposition. The bad thing about this is that although there are a large number of mutations, so potential drug targets, so if you look at the actionable, so these are the mutations that we are actually, at this moment at least, able to produce the compound that might become a drug, or is a drug actually. So although the number of mutations in melanoma or lung cancer or head and neck cancer that is also connected with smoking, the number of mutations is very high. The number of mutations that we can give a drug is actually low, not even a half of the mutations found. One reminder is that the BRAF mutations, the ones that are so important, are already found in the nevi, so all these dark spots on your skin. So if you have a lot of these on your skin, you definitely are expected to use sun protection even higher, because the first mutation is already there, and it's only the question of getting new other mutations, while in the normal skin, normal keratinocytes, the BRAF mutation is not there. Except the mutations in all the mutations that are found, they are found in regulatory elements of the genes, but also in proteins. And please take a look how deadly is the environmental exposition for lung and melanoma. It's more than 200 of proteins that are abnormal in the cells, and you can compare it with the glioblastoma, that it's considered such a deadly cancer, which is around 40 mutations. So these environmental factors are extremely active and extremely dangerous. The benefits of sun tanning that we consider as a input of the free vitamin or some anti-inflammatory, it says it's good to treat your dermatologic conditions with sun tanning. It's one hand, but on the other hand, more than quarter of UV exposition gives you the decrease of immune response in the skin. It kills the immune infiltrates. Also, it deregulates the skin microbiome, which all gives an environment where the neoplastic cells are able to survive and are not eliminated if they arise as a consequence of UV. So keep in mind that the sunscreen that should be used to protect you against these things is supposed to be applied at high number. The other skin cancers that develop are more connected with older people, is squamous cell carcinoma and basal carcinoma. They differ. The squamous cell carcinoma is more prone and correlated with genes that are tyrosine kinases, while the BCC cancer is, on the other hand, with proto-oncogenes and Hedgehog signaling dependent cancers. Usually the again the acute phase of UV exposition, that is just minutes to hours, starts with cell cycle checkpoint deregulation, ATR, which is DNA repair deregulation, and cell death inhibition. At the last moments of the cancer progression, it's also the epithelial mesenchymal transition process, and that is deregulated, which means that it gives cells that do not attach in particular place of the tissue and are able to change their shape and migrate all over the body, which ends up with metastases. Very important for a gene for both actually BCC and SCC cancer is the PTEN gene that inhibits a lot of signaling, but it very often again gets mutated with the UV, and therefore the DNA repair, the Hedgehog signaling is increased, DNA repair decreased, and also the metabolic activity of BRAF-dependent signals is even increased and may be a drug resistance gene. Chronic UV, as for the BCC or SCC, very often kills our guardian of the genome, ends up with p53 mutations that deactivate the cell cycle regulation. And although there is a DNA damage that should be repaired with stopping the cell cycle, actually the cell cycle goes on and gives you daughter cells with accumulating number of mutations, including the ones in ERK, including the ones in EGFR, or including the ones in Hedgehog pathways. So the only thing that we can do is to protect ourselves is use the sunscreens and do not expose to UV. There is a great rule, slip, slop, slap, sleek, slide, which means what you can do to decrease your UV exposure. The other very important and mutagenic thing is the pollution with the 2.5 micrometer fine particles that we all know that we are supposed to get protected from. And this particle is almost as harmful or so harmful as the cigarette smoke, which you can compare cigarette smoke also against again with p53 mutations. But the small particles not only induce the regulations in gene in a classical way of mutations, but also increase the level of cytokines, induce the DNA methylation and microRNA deregulation. As you can see, the DNA mutations connected with the particles are in the protective genes that protect us against toxins, but the things that deregulate genes is microRNAs that influence other target genes, and this is a very aggressive deregulation, because the regulation in one microRNA has an input on multiple genes. The DNA polymorphism that influence our response to small particles is the ones connected with HLA, with glutathione, or cell cycle regulation. The bad thing is that the regulation of histones and DNA methylation is happening in genes that are responsible in immune response. So again, we're influencing the microenvironment of the tumor, and it's not getting released in a proper way, the cytokines. So NK cells and T cells that should actually eliminate the cancer cells are unfortunately not active, and therefore it's called immune suppression. Already particular microRNAs that I told you about have been discovered. This is microRNA 182 and 185 that regulate the lung cancer development, and they are regulators or particular pathways. And these pathways are not only responsible for elimination of carcinogens, but novel functions of these genes has been found recently. So it's a role in autophagy and drug resistance. And for the SLC30 gene, it's actually influence on the KRAS and NRAS genes that are known to be involved in the lung cancer development. So it's and also this mesenchymal epithelial transition that I told you about in melanoma case. So the particles, they have multiple poor functions. They deregulate oxidative stress, they deregulate immune response, they actually induce direct genotoxicity, including a disruption of telomeres, and even the disruption of mitochondrial DNA, which further increases the reactive oxygen production. As you know, the mitochondria are our powerhouses of the cell, and the number of reactive oxygen species is highly increased if the oxidative phosphorylation pathway is disrupted. So these particles, in terms of methylation, actually target, again, very specifically genes that are important for lung cancer. It is P16 in this case. And the reason for that is that, again, P16 is very unlucky gene. In its promoter region, it has multiple sequences, TCG sequences that are prone for methylation. When the promoter is methylated, gene doesn't work and the cell cycle goes on. So almost finishing this year, great lecture in the plenary session of ESMO Congress, pathway from air pollution and bystander effects in non-smokers. That was shown. It is actually the interleukin-1 that was discovered to be this link between small particles and development of tumors in people who do not actively smoke. This cytokine actually induces lung inflammation, which is inducing further damage to the tissue. And it's actually the interleukin that is also inhibiting the response against the tumor, but also increasing the resistance to known therapies, including cisplatin that was often used in lung cancer via gene that is P63. So it has multiple functions, not only the cytokine function itself, but also regulatory functions. So the only thing we can do is, just as it was said, to prevent exposition to cigarette smoke, to pollution if it's whenever it's possible, because all these particles that are found in the smokes are actually very harmful at the molecular level. And I thank you for your attention and thank my team that I have a pleasure to work with and treat melanoma that were just discussed in a second.
Thank you, Anna, for your very nice presentation. I think that you have shown new insight to the environmental aspects and factors of the cancer disease. And honestly, our environment could be our friend and could be our not so good friend, because in the context of some research which you have shown, it's really, really dangerous also for the specific kinds of cancer disease. So my question for you is, do you have any promotion campaign in your National Institute of Oncology which is dedicated to the protection from the sun, and sun creams and so on, so dedicated to this specific area of the cancer disease?
Yeah, luckily we have some actions that are for the society. One of them is the education, and it's called Akademia Czerniaka. There is a webpage that is exactly called akademiaczerniaka.com, and it's you can find basic information on how to prevent UV exposure, what kind of suntan creams you use, but also for people, which is not very widely known, each of us should have our skin checked every year. And it's actually refounded by National Health Fund. And in our institute, you can, free of charge, get registered for annual skin checkup. It's called Skin Cancer Prevention Clinic. Actually, we don't have too many people who register for that programs. So anyone who would be interested should check the webpage of Centrum Prewencji Nowotworów, called in Polish, and register for this kind of checkup. The also thing that is very, very helpful is something that was organized actually by the patients organization, the NGO, which is called Sarcoma. They have a bus which goes around cities, and there is possible checkup like for the skin. We know that kind of buses for breast cancer actions, but there is also this year just new bot. It's called Fura Zdrowia, very nice acronym. And the skin checkup is possible also in small cities when there is no access to medical oncologist, surgery, or dermatology clinics. And it's actually very helpful. This patients organization enables this with some financial input, and that is a success, and not a success, but it's a success. Already multiple cancers have been detected in small cities where otherwise it would be not possible, because there is not enough dermatologists in Poland to run such a screening program. So whenever you have a chance, please check your skin.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you also because we are looking in this program, in this event, still to find out the opportunities for collaboration. And obviously, what you have presented is kind of information which may be appreciated by the very small amount of people. It's highly technical, very advanced. I bet only part of your students understand what we are talking about. Not to talk about the average citizen in the country. And the question is how we can democratize this issue, this problem. For sure, the digital technologies may help somehow, but I don't have at this moment answer. And we will be asking this question again and again. What you as an institute can, what kind of help you as an institute can provide to the inventors who may have an ideas, who may want to pick up the challenge and find out some kind of solutions. Usually we do it through, for example, through hackathons or something like that. That we give them something and they like information, like access to data, like more knowledge, like maybe they're pointing out to the challenges, to the specific knowledge, and they find out solutions. This very often this works. Did you ever engage in such a programs, or are you open to start something like that?
In terms of data protection and data of patients, hackathons are very challenging in terms of legal regulations. We did try such an approach, but it's kind of time consuming. Rather, in terms of discoveries, we are looking for potential clinical trials or trials with substances that are more, let's say, of protective type. We had a trial in the radiotherapy department that was with specific ointments that decrease the radiation therapy side effects. So similar things could happen with melanoma protection also, if there are companies interested in such interactions. In terms of data and melanoma prevention, I think that would be more on the Pavel side, because we have the data in my department of people who are advanced and they already have melanoma. So we rather are specialized in treating patients who already developed the disease, but not in the prevention phase.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. I agree with Kazimierz that the core of your presentation was very technical. However, it was also our approach to show what happened when we do not prevent some specific factors. So thank you very much for your last message, which you gave in the last slide, that to prevent is the most important in the cancer disease. So thank you very much. Please stay with us for the discussion in the end of this session. And now I will proceed directly to the next keynote speaker, who will be Dr. Jakub Jędrak. Dr. Jakub Jędrak is a member of the Polish Smoke Alarm, belongs to Kraków Smoke Alarm and Warszawa, Warsaw Without Smoke. Physics by education and very, very involved in the popularization and education dedicated to the prevention of the air pollution, dedicated to the human health. So, Jakub, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. I hope you hear me and see me clearly. Is it
yes,
okay?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
And now it's the most nervous part of the talk. I have to share my presentation. Excuse me for a moment. I hope it will be okay. So, excuse me. And now it should be in a mode which is not preferable because you don't see the whole presentation, but also the bar on the left, I guess. So, excuse me. Sorry, it's very stressful. It's always like that. I'm sorry for this because I have to. Oh, yeah, of course. So now you probably can help me.
To jest problem połączenia być.
Tak. Słyszymy się w dalszym ciągu?
Halo, czy słyszy nas pan?
Tak, słyszę. Państwo nie słyszą, przepraszam.
Yeah, can you hear us? The connection is pretty bad, so maybe if you turn off the camera,
yeah, that's
it
a
will
good
help.
point. How is it now? Do you hear me and do you see the presentation?
Yes, we see the presentation, yeah, and hear you.
Thank you. I'm very sorry for this. I'm very nervous always because these technical problems are usually the most difficult ones. So thank you very much for inviting me here. And I would like to tell you something about air pollution, the topic which was already mentioned by previous speakers. And excuse me for this interruption. Do you hear me clearly and everything is okay with the audio part?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So in these two previous talks, there was some mention about air pollution, about so-called smog. So I would like to tell you something more about it. And I would like to stress that my perspective is of a person who is not dealing with it from the point of view of science. I'm not a scientist working in the field. I'm a scientist working in another field, and I'm just popularizing knowledge. So I'm more like activist or journalist, and I have to stress it because it's quite important. So, and I'm a member of this organization which was mentioned here, called Polskie Alarm Smogowe. Do you see the second slide now when I change it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we see.
My presentation is not very attractive graphically, but I will mainly concentrate on telling you and providing you all this information by just and only key points are shown here. So as you probably well know, the word smoke is coined from two English words, so smoke and fog. And indeed, for many years, this phenomenon was simply called fog. For example, in a few days, we will have the 70th anniversary of Great Smoke of London from 1952. And at that time, people called it simply a fog. And in similar accidents, which happened even earlier, like in Belgium in 1930, it was also called fog, but it was not really a fog. It was a mixture of smoke from chimneys, from home chimneys, from factories, from tailpipes, mixed with real fog. So this is something which is caused by atmospheric conditions, like lack of wind, higher pressure. And of course, there must be this component, this pollution component, which means that there must be smoke emitted from chimneys or from tailpipes. So there are some famous historical events like this Great Smoke of London, or like some other accidents in Donora in US, or permanent smoke in Los Angeles in the 70s. And also in Poland, which I will maybe tell you a bit later. But this may be misleading because smoke is something exceptional. I mean, we call it smoke episode. But air is polluted, I can say every day. I mean, there is always some level of harmful substances in the air. And even if it's low and not visible, not detectable by our nose or eyes, it is still harmful. And prolonged exposure may be even worse than short exposure on high concentrations of pollutants. So, as I told you, both in the case of London and in case of contemporary Poland, the main cause of air pollution is burning coal and wood in very ineffective boilers and stoves, so individual heating, as we call it. So when you've got some such appliance at home, or fireplace sometimes, and you burn coal, especially if it's low quality coal, you emit a lot of toxic substances, which I will tell you in a minute about what are these particular substances. And the same is true about wood. Wood is not in any sense ecological or clean material, and burning wood is also very harmful for our health. So this is a typical picture from heating season, or if you prefer to call it winter, from winter. This is a place called Nowa Ruda in Sudety in Poland, but in Małopolska region or Podkarpacie region, we've got exactly the same pictures. I mean, there's a lot of air pollution, and you can see it by your own eye, especially if you are a bit higher above this inverse layer, which is down in the valley. And people live in such conditions for months and years, which of course have a heavy impact on their health. Another important source of air pollution, which is especially very noticeable in cities like Warsaw or Kraków or Wrocław, is traffic. And this is something which is even more visible in Western Europe, because our problems with coal burning are quite, so to say, exceptional. In Western Europe, there are many places where air pollution is high due to wood burning, but mostly in Poland, as we look at European Union, mostly I would like to say only in Poland, or almost only in Poland, people use coal to heat their houses. This is quite exceptional situation. The last thing is industry, and I mean, the last main source of air pollution are various facilities, various factories, and in this picture you've got a power plant. And I would like to stress that power plants today, coal power plants, are relatively clean in a sense that they do not cause serious air pollution in the vicinity of the plant. They are problematic from another point of view, from the point of view of climate change, because they emit large amounts of carbon dioxide, which is main greenhouse gas. But from our point of view as a anti-smoke activist, they do not cause a real problem. House chimneys and cars are much more important. So what are these pollutants or smoke constituents? So the main and the most important substance is called particulate matter, or pył zawieszony in Polish. And from this name, there is this abbreviation PM. And the numbers you have, they tell you how large are this particle, but it's not, it's inequality, which means that PM 2.5 is everything which is less than 2.5 micrometers, and analogously for other PMs. And this is a very inhomogeneous substance. The chemical composition of particulate matter may be quite, may vary depending on the source and other factors. But if this particulate matter comes from fossil fuel burning or from wood burning, it usually contains soot, and this soot contains polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. And this is closely related to the topic of our conference, or this part of the conference, mainly cancers, because those PAHs, or polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, including the most known, probably benzopyrene, are carcinogenic. And due to them, the particulate matter as a whole, as a substance, as a mixture of many chemical compounds, was also classified as carcinogenic. It was, I think it was 10 years ago, when the International Agency for Research on Cancer officially classified it as a first-class substance. And the same is true for the diesel engine exhaust, which is also a complex mixture of many substances, including PM, particulate matter. If you look at the number of deaths which are attributed to various air pollutants, various substances, the number one, especially in Poland, is particulate matter. It's out of like 45,000 people dying each year prematurely in Poland, most of them die because of particulate matter. Only a small fraction is attributed to ozone and nitrogen dioxide. So we've got this particulate matter, including everything which is in it, like polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and we've got the three main gases: ozone, nitrogen dioxide, and sulfur dioxide. Sulfur dioxide is emitted when coal or oil is burned, which usually contains some traces of, or even not traces, but some amounts of sulfur and its compounds. Nitrogen dioxide is not directly emitted. When you burn anything in air and not in pure oxygen, there is a nitrogen which combines with oxygen, and then from NO2 is formed. And though NO2 and SO2 are harmful for our health directly, the same is true for ozone. Ozone is also not emitted. It results as a final stage of set of complex chemical reactions taking place in the atmosphere, and the sunlight is important. This is photochemical reaction or reactions. So we've got a problem with ozone mainly in the summer when the sun is shining much more intensively. Is everything okay with the connection still? Do you hear me?
Yes, it is.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. To show you how complex this particulate matter can be, this is a photo from a very good book in Polish, which you can find in the internet for free. Drobne pyły w atmosferze. So these pictures I find very beautiful, but you see there's a variety of things which you can call particulate matter. And to show you how small these particles are, there's comparison with human hair, with diameter of human hair, to be precise, European hair, because people from other parts of the world have usually slightly thicker hair, like 100 microns, but it's not very important here. Okay, so we talk about this air pollution not because we don't like stinky air or don't like the fact that it destroys our monuments and buildings, which is also important, but because it is harmful for our health and it literally kills. And I would like to start from the historical episodes I mentioned already, like Great Smoke of London and this Mose Valley accident from Belgium. And the third one is something curious thing which happened 5 years ago, which we nickname Polish Great Smoke, which is, I'm not sure if it's appropriate name. But what happened in all those cases? The weather was favorable for formation of smoke, which means lack of the wind, low temperatures, and something called inversion layer, which effectively trap all the pollutants near the Earth's surface and causes in effect, the concentration of various substances in the air is really high. So in London, probably the best known such episode in the history, there were 4,000 deaths during the episode, which lasted like 1 week, something like this, from 5th to 9th of December. But of course, it was not the whole story. And after the air was cleared by the winds, people were still dying because they were exposed for a few days to very high levels of particulate matter and sulfur dioxide. So nowadays, scientists estimate that like 12,000 people died because of this episode. As an interesting thing, interesting and terrifying, happened in Poland, and we still do not know the exact responsibility, so to say, because as you can see in this table, which was taken from Goose, there's much more deaths in 2017 in January than a year before. But we are talking about all deaths of all causes in whole Poland. And the question is, why the difference is so large? And in other years, when you compare, there is no such difference. And probably it's partly attributable to very bad air quality, which occurred in this particular month, I mean, in January 2017, and to less extent in February. It was last year in the last decade with like 2 or something weeks of severe winter. Because of the climate change, our winters look differently now than they used to be. But in 2017, we've got this this harsh winter condition, no wind, low temperatures. So there was also influenza pandemic, not pandemic, but epidemic, sorry. So there was a lot of cases of respiratory infections, various respiratory infections, not only influenza. So these two factors combined, in a sense, air pollution and respiratory infections, to produce such an outcome. There are some analyses by Państwowy Zakład Higieny, but there are no definite conclusions as far as I know. But the fact is that there was an extra 11,000 deaths in this month for some reasons. Okay, so what I showed you is something called short-term effect or short-term exposure and deaths and other consequences related to short-term exposure to high levels of air pollution. But equally important, or maybe even more important, is long-term exposure to much lower concentrations of various toxic substances which are in the air, primarily to PM 2.5. So it contributes to many diseases, which I will tell you more in a minute about. But the final result is that we live shorter. It's from 1 year to 2 years shorter than we would live in cleaner air or clean air. And this may be translated to the premature deaths. And as I told you, depending on the methodology and year, you can find numbers from 25 to more than 50,000 deaths per year. It really depends on mainly on the methodology, but this is quite robust in a sense that we've got in this quite broad interval, we can be sure that there is quite a lot of deaths attributable to air pollution. And when you take a broader view and leave Poland for a moment, so in the world there is 7 million people which die each year because of low air quality. And this 9 million, which I mentioned here, is attributable to all environmental pollution, including water and including exposition to pesticides and things like that. And so the majority of cases of deaths attributable to environmental pollution or polluted environment is due to breathing dirty air, so to say. And roughly half of this 7 million is due to something called indoor air pollution, which is caused by cooking, mainly cooking, not heating, but cooking using biomass and other materials in the developing countries. So there is this picture when a woman with her children is cooking something for the family, and she's near the fire, which emits a lot of smoke, and she inhales really a lot of particulate matter. So half of this 7 million deaths is attributable to such a situation, not to the ambient air pollution we know from Poland. So there's plenty of diseases which are attributable, including cancers. Okay, I must come to the end. So maybe I will concentrate on respiratory system, because first of all, because as I mentioned earlier, there is increased incidence of respiratory infections due to exposure to air pollutions, which is important, really important, especially in the winter, and also because there is a clear link between air pollution and lung cancer. So, of course, still the main factor, as you know, is tobacco smoking, both active and passive, and occupational exposure. But still, air pollution is also an important factor, and it was mentioned in the previous talks. We've got also chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, yeah, and asthma. Okay, the largest number of deaths attributable to air pollution is because of cardiovascular diseases and not pulmonary diseases. Lung cancer. Sorry for this. Yes, in this presentation we've got everything I think I told before. The last thing is, almost last slide, is that I would like to briefly mention the impact on the nervous system. It's especially important when you look at the diesel exhaust, because it contains very small particles which penetrate through lungs to our blood and then to many organs, including the brain, and then impact on fetus and the topic of prenatal exposure, which I don't have time to talk about. So thank you for your attention. Sorry for technical problems, and I'm open for discussion and questions.
Thank you, Jakub, for the very nice presentation. We are a little bit out of time, so we will proceed now with the further presentations, and then we will come back to the discussion with our experts. Now I would like to invite Dr. Klara Ram, who is international specialist in the water and wastewater sector. Currently, she is assistant professor in the Bydgoszcz University and Technology and also in Warsaw University of Technology. She has really a lot of experience in different organizations in public sector, in private sector, and also in the international organizations dedicated to the water management, for example, Euro. And from my perspective, in Poland, this is one of the first persons who focus on the risk management for the top water and also currently for the wastewater that is directed to the agriculture purposes. So very important topics related to the cancer prevention as well, because as we know in the wastewater there are also some toxic and carcinogenic substances. So Klara, it's very nice to see you and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marzena, and I'm really delighted and appreciate the invitation, and thank you for inviting me to this very interesting conference, and really and giving me the opportunity to talk about pollution. Especially, I will concentrate on water pollution, but it is an environment, so it's all together. So the sector is very concerned about micropollutants. There are some small, persistent, and biologically active substances in very low concentrations. We found them in the environment, in water mainly, and they have really a very negative effects on humans and the environment. So there is a lot of kinds of substances like pharmaceuticals, pesticides, biocides, microplastic, etc. And they are also some kind, what is the most important is they are very persistent, very mobile, and very toxic. So once they are in the environment, they just stay there. They are non-degradable, very persistent, very mobile, and most important for our health that they are very toxic. They accumulate in human and animal bodies, and we have a lot of different types depending on how toxic they are, like endocrine disrupting chemicals, etc. You can see on this slide. So on the one hand, when we talk about pharmaceuticals, on the one hand, access to pharmaceuticals is a fundamental human right. On the other hand, their uncontrolled growing consumption poses a threat to the environment and therefore to a lot of us. Exerted, thrown in the garbage, flushed in the toilet, this is how they end up in the environment. We are still educating consumers. They must return and use medicines to the pharmacy. It is really basic education and still very needed. So Euro Federation, Euro is the organization of water and wastewater services in Europe. We prepared a report about micropollutants entry pathways to the environment. So you can see on this slide, there are just pharmaceuticals. There are two main pathways, so veterinary pharmaceuticals and humans. And through all consumption in agriculture, in hospitals, in domestic household, they can end in surface and groundwater if they are not properly managed. For example, if the wastewater treatment plant is not prepared to manage these substances. So depending on the chemical composition, some are retained in the wastewater treatment plant, in the urban wastewater treatment plant. Others pass into water resources, and municipal wastewater treatment plants are not designed to remove every chemical from wastewater. They are prepared to treat domestic wastewater. So if there is a lot of such chemicals like pharmaceutical, they cannot manage to treat the wastewater properly. And in addition to human consumption, animal consumption is increasing. So we have more and more such a micropollutants in the environment. So what do we need as the water sector, as the water services sector? The development of greener pharmaceuticals, more biodegradable and less harmful to the environment. Also filling the knowledge gap on the ecotoxicity of pharmaceuticals to evaluate the environmental impact. In the frame of this is important that environmental data are and on presence and ecotoxicological impact of such pharmaceuticals, human and veterinary, becomes available to understand possible risk. So metabolized degradation and transformational products should be considered in such an analysis. It is also important to collect objective data on the impact of these micropollutants on the environment. So, and as you can see in the European pharmaceutical strategy, for example, supporting sustainable innovation, emerging science or digitalization also, so collecting data and work on more environmental friendly pharmaceuticals. So if it is not possible to limit the consumption of pharmaceuticals, it is necessary to take care of their proper management. Education is needed here, not only patients, but also pharmacists and doctors. So they should be aware on how they can take care on the environment or by taking care of the patient. So for example, which medicine they prescribe to the patient. If they have two to choose and one is more neutral to the environment. So proper waste management is also very important. I also think that we still don't know enough about metabolic derivatives exerted by humans and animals. We can also think about appropriate package size. So just having number of pills adequate to the needs. So here we have an opportunity to collaborate, water sector, pharma industry, doctors, because we should find the best solution, how to limit this pollution from pharmaceuticals. There are really many other micropollutants that just are very disturbing phenomena, and they are challenge for waterworks. But I would like also mention PFASs, so perfluoroactive substances, named also forever chemicals, because of their persistence, and there is concrete evidence on how toxic they can be. So there are cases in Europe and America about the negative impact on human health. The chemical industry has allowed these substances to leak into the environment, causing disease and contamination of water. We have a lot of cases on this, and you can see that in the new Drinking Water Directive, it is also 20 substances. The water sector will have to just analyze and verify, but it is not this way. It is not the good way. They shouldn't be in the environment. That is the problem. And you can see, for example, phos and PFOA, which were banned in 2006, but because of their mobility and persistence, they are still in the environment. And what I would like to mention, there are also pesticides already mentioned by Professor Czarnecka, and yes, they are very difficult substances also for the water sector. We also analyze them in our report, and the environmental entry route you can see here on the slide, used in large quantities in agriculture. You've probably heard the stories about glyphosate, about which many articles they have been written about it, whether it is toxic or not. But there are a lot of pesticides, and as you can see, they penetrate into the soil and after into the water. So what is the manifesto of the drinking water sector? You can see it on this slide. So it is not possible to remove all micropollutants in the urban wastewater treatment plants. That's why we have very crucial already technique like control at source, extended producer responsibility, and the precautionary principle as well, just to maintain our environment, our water safe for everybody. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Clara, for your presentation and the perspective of some toxic substances in water that we should also take into consideration in the risk management plans. And now we will proceed directly to the next presenter, who is Dr. Dariusz Wuka. Dariusz Wuka is doctor in the environmental sciences, environmental engineering, and his PhD was dedicated to the removal of cancerogenic polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons from soils. Currently, Dariusz is Research and Development Director in Greenback Company, which is dealing with the environment and to protect the health environment. So Dariusz, the floor is yours now. And
thank you very much.
Please remember to keep the time pressure because we are really out of time. So 10 minutes, please.
Okay, no problem. Is my presentation is visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I'm representing the Greenback Ltd company, and we have talked a little bit about air pollution, about water pollution, and now I would like to add something about the pollutants that came into soil. So the third aspect of the environment. My company is focusing on the works that are associated to the soil remediation and to reduce the contamination level of this medium. We are focusing on the soil remediation and soil phytoremediation, so the processes that are aimed at the reduction of especially organic pollutants level in this medium. Organic pollutants are widely considered as cancerogenic, so the reduction of pollutants level of these pollutants is very important. And our main way of action is aimed at oil derivatives and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons that can be widely found in soil environment. Those pollutants are practically emitted constantly emitted in practically every second, because in current state of technology development and current way of our lives, we can find the emission level, for example, from the transport sector, from the energy sector, and also from the wastewater treatment, from the waste treatment in general. In energy sector, pollutants are emitted, especially in Poland, during the fossil fuels combustion. As for the transport sector, we can find the emission points, for example, during the combustion of also fossil fuels during the exploitation of motor devices. But also, we should also take into account processes that are associated, for example, with the exploitation of devices, such as, for example, tires degradation, when occurs during the contact of tires of, for example, car tires, when car tires contact the road surface, they are degraded and the pollutants are emitted into the environment. All those emissions occurs in the beginning into air. but from air, due to the natural processes, they can easily be migrated, for example, during the rain, or for example, during the natural influence of the gravitation into soil or water environment. And soil has the natural properties that are very eager to accumulate organic pollutants, because soil is very porous substance, and pollutants can be easily sorbed by those soil particles and accumulated in this environment and stay there for the prolonged period of time. Why this is there very important? Because this is a great risk to not only to the environment but also to the human health, because soil is also one of the most important medium used for the growth of plants, which is also the main source of the food for the people and for the animals. Therefore, if the soil is contaminated, there's always a risk that those contaminants will be accumulated by the food and came into the people and to the animals, causing some cancer risks. I would like to present you a case study that are associated to the one of the remediation works that we have conducted on the industrial area in one of the city in Poland. This remediation was made on the industrial surface, on the closed oil station that was located practically in the middle of the highly urbanized area of one of the city in Poland. And on this area, we have conducted in situ bioremediation that was based on the application of bioagents that consisted of the naturally collected microorganisms from this area, and also the use of biosurfactants. One of the most important issues associated with the in situ soil remediation is the accessibility of the pollutants in the soil, because soil is when the soil is contaminated, those pollutants are located underground. So they are located in the area where the biodegradation is limited. Is limited due to the lack of the oxygen and due to the lack of the contact between applied microorganisms and applied other active ingredients. And our solution is based on the application of the bioagents as an active ingredient and biosurfactants as a supporting product. And how this process works, I will compare it with the washing machine. When we have got contaminated clothes, we need to apply some surfactant in order to separate the pollutant from the contaminated surface. And similar case is during the in situ bioremediation. When we apply the biosurfactant, the contaminants are separated from the soil particles and can be easily bioaccessible by the active ingredient. In our case, those active ingredients are the microorganisms, which are responsible for the pollutants biodegradation. How it's work in practice, I will show you briefly the results that was achieved on this area. On the left side, we have got the initial contamination of this area, and on the right side, we have got the same points of collection of soil and the same levels of pollution of two types of pollutants. And as you can see, we have monitored fuels, so the C6 to the C20 carbon chains, and oils that are consisted with the 20 to 55 carbon chains, so the larger particles. And this area was highly contaminated because some levels on some points were even higher than 2000 milligrams per kilogram. So this contamination level on this area was quite high. In order to clarify those results, I have calculated the efficiency of the biodegradation on this area. As you can see, on the most of the analyzed points, we have achieved very high biodegradation efficiency, which was from 80 to 90% even on this area. And in the result, we can achieve by using this procedure practically the removal of practically entire level of the pollutants that have been present on this area. Why this is so important? Because pollutants that occurs on the for example, urbanized sector can migrate to the water, to the plants, and as I have said in the beginning, they may cause some environmental damage. Products based on the biosurfactants that we have used have also more applicabilities, because we can use them, for example, to increase bio-based processes such as biogas productions. Those products can be also used, for example, to production of the cosmetics or some medical ingredients. So the applicability of this product exceed the bioremediation activities, and as a company, we are eager to find some new application of this type of product, because they are bio-based and fully biodegradable in an environment. And so we are looking for the future collaboration. And thank you very much for your attention. This is a website of our also our online store, and those are some contact informations directly to our organization. If you are interested in some aspects of the presentation that I have prepared, I invite you to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dariusz, for your presentation. We will proceed to the next presenter, who is Dr. Edyta Kudlek, Assistant Professor in the Silesian University of Technology, involved expert in the membrane technologies and also oxidation technologies for the removal of the various substances, including toxic substances from the water environment. Edyta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation for this nice conference. And I hope my presentation is visible now. Okay, I think you can see it, and you also can hear me.
Yes, we can see it and we can hear you.
Thank you very much, Marzena. So today I will show you a short review about the own research that I prepared with my team, which is focused on the removal of cancerogenic compounds from different water streams. If I talk about cancerogenic compounds, I mean all compounds from which we know that they can have a negative impact on the environment, especially on human health, but also I mean compounds which are included in the group of contaminants of emerging cancer, that are compounds they are unknown, especially in case of their influence of the environment and human health. And to this group belong a range of compounds, including pharmaceuticals, personal care products, estrogenic micropollutants, industrial additives, flame retardants, pesticides, food additives, dyes, and a large group of other contaminants. And together with my research group, we are trying to identify those compounds which can occur in different water matrices, for example, in surface water, groundwater, tap water, different types of sewage from different industry branches, and in swimming pool water. And after we detect the compounds which are occurring in a special matrix, then we try to find a solution how to treat this water matrix. What kind of processes should we apply to achieve good removal of those compounds? And our processes are mainly based on membrane separation processes, but of course also on advantage oxidation processes. And today I will talk a little bit more about the advantage oxidation processes, which are more familiar to me. And what is the third step when we know what compounds are occurring in a water matrix, when we know what to do with the water matrix to treat it? Then the second step is to check if our treatment is the best option, not only in the field of the removal of a given compound, but also we try to identify some possible decomposition byproducts which can be formed and which can be sometimes more harmful to the environment, to the human health, than the parent compounds from which they come. So if we would identify some compounds, first of all, we have to collect our samples and to perform some sample preparation procedures, which are different for different water matrices. And sometimes they're really simple, but sometimes they need a lot of steps and they're very complicated to achieve a sample which can be then dedicated to chromatographical analysis, which is performed mainly by the use of gas chromatography with mass detection or liquid chromatography. Our equipment have a nice software which is coupled to a large database where we can compare our results and where we can share our investigation with other researchers all over the world. So if we know what we have in our water, then we also perform some basic toxicological analysis to have an answer on the question if the substances are toxic or no. So we use the microtox test. That's a test based on Alivibrio fischeri bacteria. Then we also use a test based on Daphnia magna crustans and or vascular plants. These tests are mainly focused on small bacteria, small organisms, small plants, but if a compound is toxic to them, then we should also take in account the possibility that it can be toxic also to our health. And I will show you some nice data or what we achieved during our work in our department. Together with my colleague, Dr. Anna Lempart-Rapacewicz, we try to investigate swimming pool waters from different pools located in Poland, but also in all Europe. And we tested more than 60 different pools. And our result from this investigation is that in one swimming pool can occur more than 100 different compounds which are coming from the users of the pools. So it can be pharmaceuticals, hormones, some pesticides, cosmetic ingredients, but also industrial additives, which are come from the equipment that we use during our stay at the swimming pool. So what we can do with those compounds, of course, we should try to find a solution how to remove those compounds from water. Our team focused the research on membrane processes, as I said, but also on some advantage oxidation processes, which are based on single processes like ozonation, chlorination, reactions with hydrogen peroxide, sonification, the reaction with different light sources, artificial light, solar radiation, but also the reaction with other reactive oxidative substances, which can be performed as a single process or as a process together with other types of processes, and they can also be performed with conventional treatment processes which are already applied at the water treatment plants, at the water purification systems. We try also to develop some solutions which are dedicated on special water streams. So if someone from the industry comes to us and say, we have such a water with given types of pollutants, or we produce some sewage, please find with us a solution. We are open for such collaboration, and we try to develop some methods which can be applied at the place where the pollutants are produced, and those methods can be created as multifunctional reactors, hybrid reactors, or as a sequential ones. And if I go to the results, I'd like to show you some interesting for us data which are show that the use of solar radiation, ozonation, and chlorination at the same time allow us to remove a very large number of pharmaceutical compounds like diclofenac, ibuprofen, caffeine, carbamazepine at over 70% from different water streams. And such compounds like pesticides or industrial additives, hormones, food additives, and even dyes can be completely removed from these solutions. And of course, the removal depends on the type of the compound, but also on the physical chemical properties of the treated water stream. But there is a of course, here is also a comparison to the single processes which are not so good, like the processes which use the action of different reagents. But if we perform some advantage oxidation processes, there is a risk to the formation of different byproducts, which can be more toxic than the parent compounds. And such an example of this was observed during the ozonation of water, which occurs in the composition diclofenac. After the treatment process, diclofenac was completely removed from the solution, but we observed the formation of different decomposition products, and these decomposition products were more toxic than the parent compound. So our water from a non-toxic matrix became a toxic or even a high toxic matrix. So what are the challenges? The challenges for us, and where we look for some cooperation, is the development of new effective methods for the elimination of micropollutants from various water streams. In terms of analytical procedures, we still search for new methods which use low amounts of solvents and low volumes of samples. And we also try to develop some methods for the purification of water which can be used in our homes. So if you are interested in this topic, please contact with me. I and my team, we are open for collaboration. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Edyta, for your presentation. And now we will proceed to the last presentation in this part of the session. I would like to invite Anna Dziki. She is a specialist in the chemical technology. During the master studies, already involved in the projects dedicated to the innovative cosmetics. So we are very curious, Anna, what you will present today to us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to opportunity to present the results of our research. And today I'm going to talk about Ayuga reptans, root extract new plant-derived biological active cosmetic raw materials. Air pollution is a long-standing environmental problem, and consumer awareness of its effect on the skin is growing significantly. More than 80% of people interviewed worldwide believe that pollutants from the air penetrate deep into the skin, and the dirt, cigarette smoke, chemicals from factories are considered as some of the biggest causes of skin problems. The solution that we propose is a novel active integrant rich in particular plant metabolites with protect skin from environmental pollutants.
Anna, sorry to interrupt you, but do you have the presentation? I know that you have, but we cannot see it.
Yes. Oh, sorry. It's a problem here that I see with the... Oh, it's okay now?
Yes, now we can see your presentation. It's not in the presentation mode, but yeah, now it's okay.
Now it's okay, yeah? You see all, yes?
Yes.
Okay, as I say, the solution that we propose is the novel active integrant in rich particular plant metabolites, which protects skin from environmental pollutants and reduce their negative effect on tissues degeneration. The integrant Ayuga reptans rot extract has not been used in the cosmetic formulations before, and its efficiency has been proved in vitro and in vivo tests. The application of novel integrants this solution can be used in cosmetic industries and pharmaceutical. The offered solution is a series of specialized protective preparations from the care of skin exposed to harmful environmental factors. It's a day cream, night cream, eye cream, and skin cleansing preparation, all of that containing an innovative active integrant. And the biological activity of product have a much improvement in the level of protection of the skin against the effect of environmental with a high concentration of pollutants and toxins, and significant reduction the level of skin damage and the intensity of the appearance of sign of premature aging. The market demand for anti-pollution care product is estimated to be very high, especially in big cities. The target audience is consumers that living in the large cities where the problem of air pollution has been known for many years. People working in direct contact with sources emitting blue light, and consumers aware of the need to provide specialized skin protection, not only against ultraviolet radiation, but also against reactive oxygen species and toxins present in the air. And in this table, one contains a collect of bioactive compounds collected during a literature review on the plant, which are found in the different part of the world draft. The greatest number of compounds were characterized for the above ground part of the creeping bagel. There's includes compounds from the group of iridoids, phytosterols, polyphenols, and ecdysteroids. This group are characterized by a wide range of beneficial properties acting on the skin. Current studies have not focused on the rot part of Ayuga, which is notable in the literature review. The rot is the part of the plant that has received the last attention in publicly available studies, and the compounds identified in it belong to the phytoecdysteroids groups. And the products that we offer are based on natural integrants and quality evaluation complete, like physical-chemical properties, dermatological properties, safety evaluate in vitro method, and activity confirmed in the consumer tests. And in these tables includes results of antioxidant capacity measurement, which showed that Ayuga extract exhibits high antioxidant activity, and also shows values of chelating capacity of iron 2 ions for extract obtained from Ayuga. And the UV absorption capacity of extract obtained from the plant of the Ayuga was tested by using a non-color UV-vis spectrophotometer. Using the non-color computer program compatible with the vis, the absorbance of ultraviolet radiation in the from 200 to 900 nanometers range was measured. The measurement was carried off of the extract obtained from plants dried at the room temperature for 7 days and freeze dryer for 48 hours. Analysis of the spectra obtained as well as the range of the peaks obtained allow us to conclude that both extract from the rod and from the above ground parts of the plant using both method of drying show radioprotective properties, and each of the extracts show the radioprotective abilities for each type of radiation. The range fall in wavelength of UVC, UVB, and UVA. And on figure 4, we can see the results test with probants who use cosmetic with extract for 14 days, as well as base formulation to compare results. This test confirmed that the formulated product showed moisturizing properties, encouraged skin elasticity, and reduced the appearance of pores and reduced pigmentation. And market advantages of the new product is tested extract has not yet been described as an active ingredient in scientific articles or protected by patents. None of market anti-pollution preparation declare measurable effectivities, and there is an entity interested in cooperation and implementation of the invention. The product is created in response to the needs of a specific company interested in the results of research and the implementation of a series of products on the market. And all the necessary tests required before the cosmetic product is launched for sale have been already finished. And in this summary, the result of our studies confirmed the antioxidant and helating properties of the extracts obtained from Ayuga. The ability to absorb ultraviolet radiations by the Ayuga extract was also confirmed. The studies of physicochemical, microbiological, and dermatological properties confirmed the high quality of the products containing the Ayuga extracts, and consumer tests confirmed the positive effects of the cosmetics on the skin condition, and a survey conducted during the study also confirmed the good organoleptic properties of the products. And tests conclude that the extract of the Ayuga and on the Ayuga extract load formulations confirmed that the possibility of applications of the extract as an active ingredient of anti-pollution cosmetics formulation. And it's all of me. Thank you for your attention, and for more information, if you have any question, please contact me or Magdalena Malinowska or Elżbieta Sikora. Thank you.
Anna, thank you for your presentation. We really appreciate that you keep the time pressure 10 minutes. And now we will proceed with the discussion. And here I would like to invite our experts, Dr. Klara Ram, Dr. Jakub Jędrak, Dr. Paweł Koczkodaj, and Professor Anna Czernecka. And I will start with Klara, because I know that you have to leave in 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Yes,
and so we will start with the end. And my question is about the efficiency of the monitoring of top water quality. Could you please say something about it and this responsibility of the companies that are involved in this system, that means the water treatment companies, how it works?
So it is a very complex problem, because we, as drinking water suppliers, we monitor a lot of substances, but we are not able, and nobody is able to monitor every substance and every micropollutant that is entering the environment. So that is why the risk assessment is a very important tool to well monitor drinking water. So that's why in the new Drinking Water Directive, there is an obligation to monitor the quality of raw water in river or lake and drinking water according to some guidelines described in the risk assessment. So we have some guidelines on risk assessment and risk management, and we have to oblige and to apply them in every water utility. So I hope it will be a good tool to manage risk, especially coming from micropollution in the drinking water supply systems, because it is impossible to monitor every substance. Thank you.
Clara, can I have yet another question? Because we are very much interested in bringing solutions by community, bringing solutions to great challenges by community. And the question is, did you ever approach to find some solutions through some kind of published challenges that, for example, this is an example, of course, but treat it seriously. I will give $1 million to the company which solves the problem, and here comes the definition of the problem.
You mean just to be innovative, yes, and to
yeah. We are looking for innovative solutions, and we are able, and there are money to pay for this. But in which way we look, or you look for this type of solutions?
So there is really a lot of innovative ideas. The problem is we have technologies, and we have just produced H2O from every substance. But the problem is that we cannot just drink H2O because it is not healthy. So we have to keep some substances, just minerals that we have to keep in water. And the other thing is that these technologies are extremely, we have a lot of investment. They are just extremely expensive. So we cannot just ask our consumers to pay for very high-tech technologies because there is a pollution of water.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Clara. I will have the second question for you, because I'm very curious about this extended producer responsibility, because it is developing in the different sectors currently, and we assume that there will be a further development of the extended producer responsibility. Do you see some kind of possibilities for it in water and wastewater sector?
Yes, so we have excellent examples of extended producer responsibility in solid waste management. Packing, battery, electro waste, etc. So we already have some such tools. I am aware that managing, for example, pharmaceuticals is much more difficult than just managing packaging, but it is feasible. And in our report, the Euro report that we issued in 2019, we just proposed some basic tools how to manage this issue. So I'm sure that the extended producer responsibility and make the producer responsible what happens with its products after the consumer use it is, I think it is really a very good tool, and we have to develop it. And a good sign is that in the new proposed, the new urban wastewater treatment directive just proposed a few weeks ago by the European Commission, this tool is already included in the new directive. So the Commission proposes to use extended producer responsibility, just pharma industry, to involve pharma industry in water quality management. So it is, in my opinion, a very good sign.
Thank you very much, Clara. We hope that we will proceed with the further development of the responsibility also of the companies involved in our sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and sorry that I have to leave. Sorry for it.
Thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
And now I would like to come back to our first presenter, Dr. Paweł Koczkodaj. We have been talking about the education and some specific content of the education which is missing currently in the programs in the primary and secondary schools. Your presentation focused mainly on the smoking area of cancer disease. And during the session, there were also presented other different environmental factors that could increase the risk of the cancer, including the air pollution. So my question for you is, do you have any efficient methods of education which is dedicated currently to smoking, which could be also applied to increase the awareness of people regarding the air pollution, and little bit to push them also to start to fight with air pollution and to convince also the regulators that they should increase the initiatives dedicated to this topic?
Yes, thank you one more time. Yes, we have some specific types of education, for example, for young people or older people. One of the most important thing which comes from our experience is that we need to have tailored health education. So we know from the previous times, from the previous years that, for example, I don't know, leaflets, it's totally past. It's, of course, for some of the age groups, like older age groups, it still has some meaning. But for example, when it comes to young people, we cannot rely only on the paper materials. We have to involve other people to educate. Now it's very popular to involve the influencers, the, I don't know, actors, and the people who are not really connected with the health area, but they have authority among young people. And in this case, we can see that there are some results. Unfortunately, many of these actions, which are involving the, let's say, celebrities or influencers, are not really long-lasting actions. So it's good to, I don't want to use this word, but use maybe not people, but their fame for a good reason. However, once again, I come back to the issue of health education at schools, and we need constant, stable health education, which starts in schools. Because the effects of lack of the education we can now observe in the epidemiological trends or in the rates of participation rates in the cancer screenings. So of course, all of these actions, all of these education actions, all of the things which we are doing as well at our department, the lectures, the mobile applications, the events like runs, hackathons, and so on. These are very important actions, but these are additional actions. These should be additional actions, not the core of the education. There should be like the core which consists from the education at school. So this is a very good question. From my experience and from my studies, I know that the health education, which is showing the immediate effects of the immediate health effects of, for example, some risk factors, is more efficient. We did some studies, for example, during the pandemic. We had like a cohort of almost 3,000 people. These were smokers, and we were asking them in the Polish National Quit Line what is if there was any influence of pandemic on their decision on quitting. And one interesting thing is that a lot of people wasn't afraid of the pandemic at itself, but they were afraid about the immediate effects, severe effects of COVID and smoking. So this is like a bit in contrary to the modern approach in health promotion, because all we hear that if you educate people, you are not allowed to make them scared, you are not allowed to make them terrified about something. But scientific evidence and data show that making them terrified, let's say, it's efficient in some way, because people are afraid about their health. But in a case when the effects are immediate, this is human nature, and this is the biggest challenge in health promotion, in cancer prevention, also when we talk about the environmental risk, because the air pollution, soil pollution, water pollution is not what is happening in 5 minutes, but it takes some time. So yeah, this is my answer.
Thank you, Pavel, very much. So we come back again to the lack of the education content. If I remember correctly from my previous years, I think only during the biological subjects we had some education dedicated to the health system and also air system in our bodies, and there were no more subjects or content dedicated to the cancer prevention. So it's very, very important to include also this kind of the lectures in the primary and secondary sources if our smokers are so young, from 15
That's
years,
true.
and I think even younger.
That's true. And there is a very nice connection now, which is going more and more popular, because to have this tobacco in our cigarettes, there is also some pressure on the environment. So we are talking more and more about the environmental, let's say, connection with cancer prevention. And this is also argument for young people to protect like environment, natural environment. What was kind of surprising thing for me, because I was thinking that maybe this is new generation, so maybe young people are more educated about the natural environment, and it has meaning for them if they live in the in the green area, if their actions has real influence on the air pollution and so on. So maybe this is also the answer on your previous questions, that it's super nice to find some not really obvious connections between the certain areas in our scientific world or in our daily life. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pavel. And I think with your message also, I will come back to Professor Czarnecka. Do not scare people. This is what Pavel mentioned before. Do not scare people. But Anna, you are working with the people who are already you have diagnosis that they have some cancer problems. So my question for you is, from your experience, how to convince the people to avoid the possible factors that they already know, because I think that smoking, it's very well recognized that this is the one of the most important factors affecting the cancer disease. Now there is increasing awareness about the air pollution that's also affecting the cancer disease. So from your experience, how to convince the people to avoid those factors in their lives?
Actually very hard to convince anybody to avoid factors that are causing cancer. Most of the factors are actually kind of pleasant. People appreciate spending time in sun, and that applies even for melanoma patients' families, which actually makes me kind of frustrated during my work, because families that are caregivers of my patients. Sometimes during the summer season, they come for the visit still in a nice tan color, which might give them a melanoma in the future. So the thing that we're trying to do is to start the education very early. In schools, there are programs developed for healthcare education, including melanoma awareness in primary schools and high schools. Because trying to convince adults to change their habits is very, very hard. We have those actions where famous people show how the melanoma look like, what are the factors. Even the president of Poland, Andrzej Duda, was involved in such actions 3 years ago. You still can find those short films on the YouTube. Where there is a A, B, C, D, E of melanoma shown, including Mr. President. But very efficient way in convincing people not to use something are actually legal regulations. Think that is a success that my department and my boss were pushing to stop was to prohibit the young people before 18 years of age to use the sunning beds and sunning salons, and it's actually now prohibited by law. And we know from data in Australia that when artificial sunning is prohibited, in 10 years perspective, we can expect statistically significant decrease of number of melanoma cases in Australia, even if they are in a sunny environment and very much exposed to sun. When they stopped using sunbeds, it's completely prohibited in Australia. The number of new cases decreased. So unfortunately, with all education, advertisements, and other things, I'm afraid it's very hard to convince people to avoid anything that is pleasant. And it's only regulations and official limits that are able to push the societies to avoid particular factors. So we were talking in the morning about taxes, like Pavel said about taxes involved with alcohol consumption or sugar consumption, and this seems to be also kind of effective in decreasing the number of new diagnoses and fatalities. Otherwise it's very, very hard to push the society to stop using anything that is relaxing, pleasant, and joyful. It's a human nature to go for things that are nice.
Yes, so factors are nice, but the consequences, as you've shown us before, they are not really nice. And
can I have a question here?
Yes.
Because there are solutions now. We know about at least one invention here from Jagiellonian University, where there is a new type of cream proposed, and protective cream proposed to those who like sunbathing. But do you think this will help, or this is kind of I would say the side solution? It doesn't solve the problem, a real problem.
It solves the problem, and there are epidemiological data that show the compounds and solutions that protect against UV are effective, but they have to be used in children. The real factor that is responsible for melanoma are sunburns before the age of 16 or 18. So it doesn't mean that the adults should not use the sun protection, but the highest chance of developing melanoma later in life is when you got sunburned when you were like primary school or kindergarten, and you had sunburns, especially those with blisters. So yes, that can help, but this has to be started very early. And one thing that I would like to also stress out in terms of environment, if one can afford, it's very reasonable to concentrate on using the sun protective creams that are environment friendly and are protecting the coral reefs. You can find a little fish and coral picture on the creams that are environment safe. So anytime you can use that kind of newer chemical compounds, or new discoveries are made to find such compounds that are not increasing the endangered species extinction, that would also be advisable to protect yourself and protect the environment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, so I would like to ask one more question, Anna, to you and your experience. You are working with patients for many years. So if you have the patient who has already diagnosis, okay, there is a cancer disease and we have to take care of you now. So I assume that it's not just one person. There are also people in family that also are in this disease with this person. So do you see something like whispering marketing, in Polish marketing szeptany, that if there were some factors and they know now that, okay, if I would avoid this factor, I will not do it. So the members of the families and maybe friends, they start to avoid those factors? It's working this way?
Not always, unfortunately. I always advise my patients' families to also get the skin checkup that I told you, but some of them would avoid to use it. Some of them already have the bad habits of sun tanning or other unhealthy habits like smoking. Unfortunately, those gossiping information usually are very effective in alternative medicine. People in the waiting room very often tell other patients about, secret therapies, fantastic additional medications, and for that kind of treatments, which doesn't require from you to take action with your habits, the gossiping works perfectly. For healthy habits, no. So marketing szeptany is perfect for Mr. Ziemba. It works efficiently, more than you would expect. For real health-related products, it's not as effective.
Okay, so from your answer, I assume that it's not working very well to take responsibility of changing the habits to avoid the factors. So finally, so education.
We're generally lazy.
Okay. So finally, the actions dedicated to further increase the awareness and further education is still very, very important topic.
Very important, and they should start at school, really. If you have some information from your childhood, then you can easily develop better and more reasonable habits. If you're supposed to change your life when you're 40, 50, or 60, from psychological reasons, it doesn't work that well. So I'm afraid we would need, for example, from our education ministry and minister, programs related not only to history education, but also health education.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. So we what I wanted to underline in this session, that the experts should provide the content for the education, but also people, they have to take this education content and change the behaviors. And now we will proceed to the other aspects of the possible factors for cancer disease when we already have the factor existing, which is air pollution. So how we can take the activities, which kind of activities we can take to reduce the risks. And this is the question for Dr. Jędrak. I will come back to you because you are involved in many different initiatives dedicated to the smoke alarms in Poland. So which kind of initiatives have been already introduced in Poland and how effective they are?
Okay, to reduce the air pollution, we must reduce emission of pollutants, of course. So there are various sources, as I told you, and therefore there are various things we can do. For example, today in Kraków, Rada Miasta, so City Council, will be voting, or maybe they already done, something which is called low emission zone. It is a solution which is aimed at traffic air pollution or traffic fumes, so to say. So the idea is simple: to ban the most polluting cars from entering to the large part of the city. And there is also there is always some part of the society which does not like or does not accept such solutions. And the question is, who prevails? The majority, hopefully majority, which would like to breathe a bit cleaner air, or those people who have these highly polluting cars and they do not want to have any restrictions on using them. So this is an example from today, and such things are abundant. I mean, in contrast to smoking or to taking sunbath, the activities we are talking about are more basic, so to say. For example, in winter, you have to heat your house. Otherwise, you will live in a cold, very cold and unpleasant and unhealthy conditions. So it is much harder to argue that that clean air is equally important or even more important for you than the fact that this person who is using coal or wood will not have conditions she or he is used to. I mean, they may, for example, be forced or persuaded to change the way they heat their home, and it may be very good for them in many respects, like economical one, and not only the health, from the point of view of health protection. But these people are afraid that such a drastic change in their lives will be harmful in some way, like economically, or it will lower the standards of their lives. So I'm trying to tell this because it's also very difficult from the point of view of sociology or psychology, how to persuade a person to change their behavior, and even more, to change something like a stove in their house for some other appliance, for example, for the heat pump, or some other equipment which is much less polluting than the old one. So the task is not non-trivial for sure. But what was done, another example from Kraków. Kraków managed to replace all the old stoves and fireplaces with cleaner heat sources, and now we have very few, like few hundred, not 30,000 stoves in Kraków. So the air quality is much better now in the city, especially in the winter. So there's certainly a lot of things that can be done, but I'd like to stress that the barriers are large: financial, economical, psychological, social. That's what I'm trying to say now.
Okay, so there are some effective measures to protect the air pollution, to protect the air conditions in the city, for example, in Kraków. Next to the yes,
to remove the sources of emission or to replace them with cleaner sources of energy or cleaner cars, cleaner vehicles. Yeah, that's all.
But is it possible that small companies, inventors from universities may propose where is the source of potential innovations in that area?
There is a huge there's a lot of opportunities for innovation. For example, there are Polish producers of heat pumps, and they do it quite well, you know. And now, probably because mainly due to energy crisis and war in Ukraine, the heat pumps are the most attractive things you can think of when you try to change your old coal or wood stove. The problem is that they have to compete with large international companies. So it's partly due to the technological disadvantage. For example, Polish companies buy parts for those heat pumps from China, and they do not produce it by their own. And the other factor is purely economical, and so to say, the scale is different when companies like Daikin or Wisman enter Poland and build a factory here. They are able to produce like 500,000 pumps a year, and Polish producers are not able to do that. So there's a lot of things, both on the level of technology and on the level of economy and policy, state policy, which can be done to help Polish producers of heating appliances to be competitive in the international market and in Poland. And we need such things like heat pumps. We need a lot of them, like few millions in the next decade. And there is a question, will we buy it from international other companies from like Daikin or Wisman, or will we produce them in Poland?
Question where those appliances are being produced. It's a question if there is something more innovative, more effective, more the energy consuming. So that's the question, because finally though it's economically or from the systems thinking perspective, it doesn't matter where is the source of this. The matter is how this is applied and how effective this application is. So it of course can be policy in that case, but it will not solve the problem. I believe. I mean, of course, it could solve the problem. I'm asking rather if there are any technological paths, directions, like synergistic roads, which may through collaboration bring more new solutions, something which is not usual and not known yet, for example, or maybe there are some works at the R&D level now that we are not aware, which may be forced, supported somehow or promoted somehow, because very often for the startups, for example, the problem is not to think about something new, but to scale these activities.
Yeah. So to take a look at the concrete examples of what we can do from the point of view of innovations in energy sector and in house heating, I would recommend to consult what NCBR is doing. There are projects, very interesting projects, which are concentrated on small scale heat production. By small scale, I mean few megawatts. So yeah, probably if you want to see what can be done, it's the best to see what NCBR is doing now and proposing. And I mentioned heat pumps because I really think, I'm not a specialist in the field, that there is still a lot of place for innovation when you are smart enough to invent something which is much cheaper or bases on cheaper and local materials than what is used now. You have great advantage on the market. So I'm still optimist, and I think that maybe small startups can also try to improve the efficiency of such appliances. Maybe it's possible, and it's for sure it's worth trying, because if they succeed, the gain is enormous.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. So I assume that those initiatives dedicated to the smoke alarms in Poland, because mainly they are already developed in different Polish regions and also cities, for example, Warsaw without smoke. So it's in the line with this very, very fashion proverb that's mean act locally but think globally about also the environment and to protect our planet in the future for the future generations. Thank you very much for all experts involved in our session and also in our discussion. I would like to now sum up this session because I have found 4 specific messages from our experts. First one is dedicated to the education, which I really like. There is missing content and the programs about the health education in the primary and secondary schools, which should be fulfilled in some way. We have excellent experts who could provide this content, and I assume that the content is already developed, but it should be implemented in some way in our national programs of education. The second one, the second message is how to change the people behaviors, which is very, very complicated. And Professor Czarnecka already shown us what are the consequences of our behaviors. So how to convince the people to change the behavior and to protect themselves and take the responsibility for their health in the future. Another one is how to fight with the factors that already exist. What was mentioned by Dr. Jędrak, that the air pollution is the problem which we are fighting for many years in Poland, in the specific regions, especially in Kraków, for example. And there are some effective methods that have and measures that have been already implemented, and they are working, so they should be further promoted and implemented in the other regions as well. And this last one message that should be taken from Klara is also how to ask and to convince the companies and sectors to be also responsible in this whole system and cycle of the cancer disease. Because we have to have also the clean environment, that means water, soil, and also air. So how to convince the companies that they should proceed with the highest effective methods for the cleaning the specific components of the environment to protect the people and to be safe on our planet. Thank you very much for the participation in this session. And Kazimierz?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for leading this session very nicely and effectively. I hope that this dialogue will continue behind the scene, behind the screen, in this case, and all of members of these panels, all presenters will find a way to establish contacts, direct contacts with other members of the community. I encourage you to go to the platform and there try to ask more questions and maybe find explore opportunities for collaboration. Now we will have a break until 3:30, where we will start the LifeScience startup scene, the last one in this program. Today we are meeting with the leader. The leader of this session will be Startup Hub from Berlin Hochschule für Technologie, and the chairman will be Adam Formanek. So I welcome you very much to invite you very much to come at 3:30 to participate in the discussion focused on startups again. There will be the discussion of experts related to startups world, and also the pitches of few startups. So we will meet, now we'll have a break, and then we will meet 3:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city center. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow. In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer: people. In Kraków every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Kraków has become the center for modern services in Europe. Kraków is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Kraków is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Kraków, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Kraków is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Kraków is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Kraków.
Hello again. We are again in LifeScience Open Space Studio, LifeScience 222 LifeScience Open Space Studio in Kraków, and we start our last session devoted to startups, LifeScience startup scene. And today, this event, this meeting, is organized in collaboration with Berlin. So we are connecting Berlin to Kraków, and we will discuss this different issues related to startups ecosystem, supporting startups, and we will listen to startups together with Adam Formanek, representing Berliner Hochschule für Technik, if I'm correct. Hello, Adam. Are you with us?
Hello, Kazimierz. Thank you very much
Okay,
for
I see
the
you.
invitation.
I
can
see
hear
all
you.
our speakers. Okay, hello, guys. Nice to see you. So I think without any further delay, I will give the screen to you and go on.
Thank you, Kazimierz, very much for this invitation to the LifeScience Open Space 2022. I'm very pleased actually to be the guest and the moderator here. I'm representing at the moment exactly the Berliner Hochschule für Technik, the Berlin University of Applied Sciences, the biggest actually university in the region of Berlin, if it's actually about the technological applied technologies, and especially about life sciences. We have a dedicated faculty, the faculty number 5, with approximately 3,000 students. And today we'll be talking actually on the third day of the Life Science Open Space about unique environments for environmental technology solutions. Emerging sustainable environmental technology ventures bring new technologies and business models that industry leaders need to stay ahead of competition. You know, the startup ecosystem should be actually a framework for incubators, universities, investors, for labs, for accelerators, and everybody who would like to actually contribute to the development of that. So today, in this panel discussion, we will share experiences and best practices from ecosystem experts and startup founders, contributing to the development of a strong ecosystem with a focus on creating added value and strong input for a healthier, more resilient and strong planet. So I would like actually to welcome our 4 amazing guests today. So let me introduce actually a beautiful panel today with 2 speakers from actually with Italian origin, but all of them related somehow to Berlin. I will start with my favorite colleague I'm working for past ages, actually for past years, Marin Lesher, an ecosystem builder and startup expert in the fields of digital health, IoT, and artificial intelligence. She's the head of incubation at Vision Health Pioneers Incubator, a Berlin healthcare startup program that connects and educates healthcare innovators in Europe. A lot of beautiful startups have been created in the past editions. Moreover, she leads the incubator for applied data science, and she organizes regular events dedicated to a healthy planet. She will be informing us about it. She's also the founder of Startup Colors, an innovation consultancy which is famous for actually participating in such programs like Techstars, Startup Bootcamp, and SAP IoT Accelerator. More and more. Marin can be actually telling a lot of experiences about it. We have also a great founder. So from the part of incubator, we switch now to the second speaker, who is Serena Bartolucci, an Italian architect, a founder, fondatrice, actually in Italian, passionate creative thinker and problem solver, specialized in healthy buildings, currently running her company, Homes. She's a lifelong learner with deep expertise in sustainability. She believes in empathy, planet-centric approach, and trauma-informed desire to create meaningful and healthy spaces for people. Her most beloved project so far was the detailed planning of ANOHA, the Children's World of Jewish Museum Berlin, and her utmost interest is fostering people's well-being. So very warm welcome, ladies, to this panel discussion. Moreover, I have 2 amazing speakers also from ecosystem building. It's Vito Esposito, the head of global partnerships on Search on Media Group, a larger project established in 2007 in Italy with the aim of spreading digital culture in Italy and now actually beyond its borders. The company's leading project is the We Make Future Festival, one of the largest festivals on digital innovation in Europe. Developing since 2012, a global network of innovators involving companies, institutions, investors, and startups and ecosystems. Actually, they've been organizing this event in Rome and last year's in Rimini with more than 25,000 attendees, addressing social and digital innovation topics such as sustainability, research, digital transformation, health, accessibility, entrepreneurship, and more. One of additional projects is the Habitat, a project which has at its core activities and mission the same strategic axis as the National Recovery and Resilience Plan of the European Union, based on digitization, innovation, ecological transition, social and territorial inclusion, and is actually aiming to develop rural areas and involve a better habitat for all of us. Last but not least, our amazing speaker is Marcelino Turati Gomez, a program manager at one of the best actually developed NGOs in Berlin, NPACT, where he's a program manager for the Africa Berlin Network. NPACT is a headquarter here in Berlin. It's a non-profit organization empowering entrepreneurship, ecosystems, and international cooperation. And as a master in public policy with a background in law, economics, and business, he's an expert on public and fiscal policy, especially when it comes to startup innovation, helping founders to scale up, green economy facilitator, and a city development guru in Berlin. So a very warm welcome. I hope I said everything about you. And so if you would like to add something, you're more than welcome. But I would like to start with panel discussion. So I have some questions prepared for you. As you know, we all actually aim to avoid living in an environment we've been deliberately creating. So this was actually the motto of this panel discussion, And in the field of climate technologies, we have seen startup innovations taking off in the past few years. The need for solution is clear. Greenhouse gas emissions are still increasing, and our environment is threatened by climate change. So sustainability has become an imperative for companies as well as for our planet. A decade ago, nobody would actually be talking about climate change, maybe only a few passionates, but now it became a little bit also a nice to have, So actually today leaders face ever increasing pressure for employees, customers, investors, and they're actually decisively acting on environmental issues. But we just having only carbon emission cutting technologies which are being prioritized. And what about other environmental factors like non-greenhouse? We're just playing often, they're often playing a secondary role, and we actually forget about a lot of civilizational background which is causing diseases like actually cancer, or is leading to a lot of actually civilizational diseases, which is also an environmental threat. So which other environmental tech opportunities related to health, work-life balance, food, water, air, agriculture will be beneficiary for all of us and create great opportunities for startup founders and the society? Maybe Maren could try to give an answer to that question, and we will proceed a little bit more dynamically after that.
Yeah, sure. I actually, I think I bridged the gap between also healthcare and the sustainability topic that you mentioned, having the very healthcare focused Vision Health Pioneers Incubator, but also going more and more into healthy planet topics in the past. Maybe I would love to take the opportunity also to set the stage a little bit, because I think that connection between the environment and health is something, it's not necessarily tangible for everybody because it has such a wide impact. So every second we breathe air, I think that needs to be something that it's untouchable. You don't feel it, you take it for granted. But there's such a high number of people that get sick every day, every year. We have 3.6 million deaths annually just because the outside air is bad. You know, as a European, you think, hey, maybe this is something that is not applicable to us because we are highly industrialized in Europe. And I think we all feel safe, but this is very far away from the reality. One of the risks, you know, breathing, you know, bad air is getting lung diseases, getting lung cancer. And just to put it a little bit into perspective, Berlin, I think the number of people living in Berlin is 3.6 million at the moment. And annually, only in Europe, there are 3 million patients, you know, detected with cancer. This is the number of patients that get detected. Just to point it out, there's a high number of patients that do not get detected. And for many, many years, you know, they don't even know that they're in the early stages of cancer. And in many cases, cancer is treatable, but 1.3 million of people die every year. So every third Berlin person, and just keep in mind, we're all kind of attached to Berlin. So, you know, make your numbers. In my case, and this is the reason why I'm also highly passionate about this, yes, I'm coming from a family that is riddled of cancer and Alzheimer and dementia, and I do care. And I think this is something that I just want to highlight. It starts on a very daily level. You mentioned the interconnection between food, between air. We also look into water and noise. And I think the biggest issue is that we take that for granted, and most of this natural resources doesn't feel like tech. So the question is, how can we even detect something that is not good for us? That would be an area that I'm super interested in, and I'm very happy that Serena is here. But I also, in the next step, think about, so how can we shape and share and change, you know, experience, but also changes that we have to make while we actually become sick. Chronic diseases is extremely high on the European agenda as well. If you look into the Green Deal from the European Commission, cancer is, you know, the big topic. Attached to water and to you know, greenhouse emissions in general. So I think we are in a time where we can't avoid, but I think one of the core message that I also want to give is, you know, it's relevant for all of us. It doesn't matter how healthy you live, you can't change the air around you necessarily because it's a group effort here. It's nothing that you can do as an individual.
I absolutely agree with that, and specifically for Krakow, which is one of the most polluted cities in the world, and actually the Krakow LifeScience Klaster has been doing a great job on actually fostering on different solutions there, which could contribute to a better actually environment in that area. You know, in Krakow, there's such a situation that people are actually being warned of the air quality, and there's an amazing startup from Krakow called Early, which actually made their first steps internationally on Polish Tech Night 5 years ago, which I was organizing in Berlin. From here on, actually, they developed on different markets, actually becoming globally successful. And their solution is actually warning people from going outside when the pollution is way too high from different actually IoT detecting systems spread around the city. And people stay home closed. So actually the next question is like automatically to Serena. You know, people think I'm healthy, I'm home, and maybe you could relate to that. But Serena, exactly, explain us what can be exactly relating to our question, what Marin said, and to your activities. Yes. What could you add?
The problem is that home is not as safe as we think. So the problem is actually broader in the sense that the indoor environment is actually more polluted than the outdoor very often. That's because the pollution from outside comes in and then stays closed into.
How do you know that? Please make your background first to that.
Of course, I'm sorry. I'm an architect and I've worked in the building industry for a long period. And then I'm also a well-being consultant. So I've studied well-being and the well-being within the built environment. And that's when I've decided to fund my startup HomeSome that I'm going to introduce better also later on. But what we care about at HomeSome is to empower people to understand how healthy is the environment in which they live, and if it's not healthy, to improve them. That because from studies from the APA, the Environmental Protection Agency, comes out that the indoor environment is sometimes more pollutant than outdoor. And as said, because the pollution comes in and then stays stuck. And also there is pollution that comes from inside the homes, from the materials that their homes and buildings are built. So staying healthy is not as immediate. The immediate thought is I'm safe at home. Well, I'm safe if I breathe clean air, which is not always the same. And that's why it's important to detect what is polluted and take action. I think that in general, in the well-being sector, we have seen an increase of awareness from people. So coming back to the question that you've done at the beginning, I think that there is a raise of awareness about what the environment brings to us that can be both the cause of our illnesses, but also help us live better if it's healthy enough. But it's a problem which is very far away because it's not touchable. So what HomeSum does is actually that we make the invisible visible, or at least we try to. And I think that the awareness comes more often for when bigger problems come out. For instance, the air problem is now fairly well known because of COVID. So having been through the pandemic and having informed us with the air problem and the fact that COVID was spreading through air have made us more aware and more sensible to this topic. So coming back to which are the verticals that are going to, in the future, although we cannot really look into the future, but from the well-being sector, what I can see is that definitely a raise of awareness about the air that we breathe and how important it is and the consequences that it brings. And so at the end, how to keep it clean. And also raising of awareness, and it will come in the future, also about water, in my opinion, because still in Europe, the 40% of water sources are contaminated. And this trend could even grow. So there will be, and with the climate change and the shortage of water, so this
or there is water going to be lacking, like in Italy this summer, exactly. So maybe there's going to be actually for some quality of the water. Vito, I would like to ask you from your point of view, because that's a long actually period you've been organizing the We Make Future as head of partnerships. And what is your point of view on which opportunities related to health, work life, food, water, agricultures are going to be actually created in the future for good for us, for startup founders, or actually for the society? Tell us more from your experience where you've been having so many thousands of people visiting the festival in Italy.
So first of all, thanks to the organizer for the invitation. Thank you, Adam, for inviting. So, and thanks for the presentation. It was pretty much perfect. So as you said, we have been organizing WMF We Make Future in the last 11 years. And we move basically on 4 leverage, providing contents on digital innovation, building communities, scouting startups. So basically what we are talking about, so digital solutions, and creating our own projects such as Habitat, where perhaps I will have the opportunity of speaking about a bit. So when we classified attendees and when we classify startups attending to the WMF, we have 12 challenges. I will just very quickly list challenges because this is very interesting to understand how we classified the sustainability and the future of humanity, because WMF stands for We Make Future, and we don't understand the future if not with the connection with innovation and sustainability. So 12 challenges are future of cities and communities, future of health, future of work, culture and travel, food and agriculture, learning and education, retail, marketing, media, sports, finance, and life on the planet Earth. So just focusing on the 3-1 at the beginning, future of cities and communities, future of earth and future of work, I think they are very, very much strictly connected. So we have one project which is called Habitat. Okay, this is about connecting rural areas. We have now 55 habitats in Italy and 2 habitats abroad, where we basically connect rural areas with the world of innovation. How we do it? Basically, we try to scout startups which has a solution for rural areas. And we try also to provide contents, and each app is also a co-working space locally, so you don't have to go to a big city to access the training, to access you know, even consultancy if you have a good idea on digital innovation. And basically, going back to your question, Adam, in the last startup competition of the WMF, we awarded startups such as, I don't know, I'm mentioning just one of them, like Strategic Beam. Strategic Beam, what they do is creating digital copies of buildings. What they do with this, basically, they improve the material according to which the buildings are built. They improve the architecture of the buildings, and they improve how that especially infrastructure stays in the rural areas. So another solution are, for example, another startup we awarded is Noku2, which is modular housing solution. So modular housing solution solves quite a lot the problem of you know, renting houses in big cities, nomad worker solution, and so on. Same for Oaks-T. Oaks-T is another startup which has tokenized the property on rural areas. So if you don't want to buy a house, for a full house, you can buy little pieces of this house as an investor, like little tokens. And so it means that you yourself, you can stay in that house, building a little piece of that house through tokens, and in few years, then perhaps buying the house. It means giving accessibility to rural areas to pretty much everyone, solving the nomad workers problem of renting. So your question is pretty complex. I just want to highlight that giving sustainability, I mean, talking about new frontiers for sustainability touches many leverage, work, health, and of course, smart city and smart communities.
Maybe
yes,
Adam, I can add something, because I was thinking, like, what have all these startups in common? I think there are 2 things. First, I think we want to initiate behavior change, which is a quite human topic. But on the other hand, I think it's also checking, tracing, accountability, listening to you, explaining what they do. So, you know, creating a transparency, but also making it possible that we can understand maybe who initiated a situation that is not good for us, and also figuring out, you know, how can we solve it together and check that. So I think this behavior change is a very important element that can be supported by tech. But on the other hand, also ensuring the accountability and the transparency. And I think any kind of company that has good chances to be relevant and to be sustainable at the end, financially also sustainable at the end, in such an environment.
Yes, this is exactly what Adam said at the beginning. So 10 years ago, it was more like fancy to talk about sustainability. Now it's not. It's just the basis of every entrepreneurship project, and we do understand it like this. So yeah.
We all realize it, actually, that sustainability is not a nice to have on, but we have to start living in such environments which are going to be healthy on both sides and actually going to be integrating all of that. Plus the financial actually success is also something about it. I would like to ask Marcelino finally a question about it, because he's been conducting a lot of impressive actually programs for impact, especially about fintech and also about financial parts with Africa, with actually the region of Latin. So you have a vast knowledge about what's actually going on there. Tell us your experience about it.
Well, thanks a lot for the invite, and thanks for all the key points that you've been mentioning. I've been writing down some of the things that resonated the most with me. One of them was what Serena said, like make the invisible visible. It is true. In the end, what we're saying, like, yeah, we need to consume things sustainably, and we need to be responsible, and not only see, let's say, like that something is bio or is organic as a nice thing to have, but like a thing that we should go systematically and take because we know that it's good for us. That's the issue. It's hard for human beings to make a straight relation with something that we're doing now when we go to the supermarket, and that relating to having a major issue 5, 10, 20 years down the road. And that's something that is going to affect us deeply. The harder it is for us to make a direct link in our head, the harder it is for us to change the behavior. That's something that I completely agree with Marine, as in the end, what we have to do is to change the attitudes that we have towards it. But that's one of the most difficult things that we have. We're seeing technology as like a silver bullet that it's going to solve everything. No, it will only support us in the change of behaviors and attitudes. In the end, we're seeing most of the times technology, like for example, like carbon kidnapping technology, no, and these type of technologies are being developed everywhere. But I mean, we had that, and it's called a tree. So a tree is a very sustainable way in which you can kidnap carbon and stick it into the ground. So it exists. In the end, it's not all about technology. I would say and argue that the most important thing that we have to understand and to do is to see that in the end, we are escaping the environment that we created. And in order to have the environment that we want, we should also be part of the creation of that environment that surrounds us. In the end, technology is going to help us. I mean, now, for example, the simple fact that this panel is happening via Zoom, it would have been extremely strange 5 years ago. It completely changed now. The ability, like, let's say, thanks to COVID, that we have home office more and more, it will help because a lot of people are going to be able to move away from these cities and go to nicer areas filled with nature. But in reality, it always happens. Technology creates a solution, but brings externalities that not every time are positive. So that's also something that we should understand. And also, like, not the fact, for example, that we can work online, that only accounts for a minimum percentage of all the working force. In the end, like the people, for example, that live in Kraków are going to need to stay there because most of them, they will not be able to get a job that you can work online. So in the end, by thinking about technology as the only way to solve things is wrong. It will support us, but the change should and has to come from us so that so we create an environment that it's a collective action, it's called. So in the end, we understand that our peers are going to be the ones that judge us so that we behave in the way that we expect to behave, not like forcing us. Nevertheless, for the time being, like the fastest way that we can make it is transparency, as Marine said again, and accountability. If you do something, you should be able to track who was the person responsible, who was the organization responsible, how is it that this is affecting us? Because, yeah, in the end, the more technology there is, also the more globalized we are, and the less relevance that the borders have. Climate change, environmental change, and health is becoming a global issue. And that's how we should tackle these issues. Not like point per point, but like on a global effort.
I absolutely agree. And it's actually a very nice bridge to the second question I wanted to ask you, because exactly it's about cooperation and about the mindsets, you know. There is different approaches. I mean, we're not going to get rid of globalization. There's no way back. There's different approaches around the globe to foster different entrepreneurial mindsets about accountability and about actually, you know, everything what we discuss. We can observe it actually that, for example, in the USA, private business are actually fostering solutions forward. And with a second impact accelerator, for example, Apple is creating something that is actually finding trailblazing founders across the United States to help a transition to a green economy. It's funny because actually the big business has actually polluted and destroyed the natural habitat of the United States. Now they're just actually going to be doing the transition back. At the same time, ASEAN countries, Southeast Asia, the organization of that is actually fostering a vibrant ecosystem for startup with kind of guidelines that should actually be dedicated to elaborate policymakers, to create, it is actually frameworks to scale startups at a subnational, national, and international level. And we can see these effects in such bioscience hubs like Singapore. So my question is, how would you profit from an integrated cooperation here in Europe in order to accelerate and to create actually such solutions and technical innovations like you said? So what are your experience with ecosystems? We are in Krakow, we are in Berlin, we are on the Berlin Africa way, we are actually with We Make Future in Italy. I would like to know your opinion about it. So who wants to start? Marcelino, you can start now, actually.
Okay, so on that, I would say that there has been a clear trend throughout the years. First of all, we wanted to focus on like specific regions, but as you said, like globalization is here and it's here to stay. Unless there is like a major cataclysm like for humankind, I believe that globalization is going to be the way that will remain forever. On that, one of the remains that we have to understand and deal with is borders. The borders are important, yes, but in the end, the digital world, the world of tech, the world of the future knows no borders. There is no point of segregating things regionally. It's important to create hubs, yes, because like in the end, we need to create ecosystems so that those ecosystems thrive. And then it makes sense to bring smart people who are building knowledge in the same topic together so that they can co-create. So that's absolutely correct. But in the end, you should really facilitate the arrival of ideas. And that's a key aspect. Smart solutions are being developed, yes, in Silicon Valley. It can be that you are creating a super cool app that it's doing something that is super interesting, but it only creates a solution for a very small percentage of the people. But innovative solutions that affect big chunks of people of the world do not have to come from Silicon Valley. And more often than not, come from places that have a lot of need, because need is the mother of innovation. So in the end, that's why currently Europe is really looking forward to build bridges, not only with Africa, but Asia, Latin America, because they understand that the solutions that could help the entire world are coming from all over the world. In the end, it's just trying to find those solutions so that you bring people together, you co-create with people from different fields, because that's also something that we've learned throughout the years, is not only putting the same people together, but like people that are building knowledge in the same area, but with different backgrounds. That creates an eclectic mix that contributes to innovative solutions. No? So I would say that Europe has that game clear. They are really building it. They're starting to pay a lot of attention into other continents in ways that other people are not doing. Also, for example, one thing that I'm working as program manager at the Africa Network. One of the key aspects that's been mentioned is like, oh, the Russians are in Africa, and like the Chinese are in Africa. Yes, they're
quite present, actually.
Yeah. But in the end, it's not only that they are there. Also, like the biggest return of investments are currently in Africa. So if you're an investor, and I mean, unless you don't like money as an investor, then you should not go to Africa. Because in Africa, on average statistics, you have a higher return of investment that you have in the whole continent, and all over the place. In the end, it's not because they are there. It's because business should not be focused in like the Western world. We should learn and accept that the business is a global one, and ideas know no borders. Ideas need no passport, and that comes from me. Like, for example, I'm a Mexican. No, we really know that from. Well, I'm from the other side of the world, if you know what I mean. no? But in reality,
that's why I invited you here, because you have a best point of view from outside of Europe. Exactly.
yeah. So exactly. So that's something key. In the end, it's not exactly where you come from. It's like the ideas that you have, and ideas are seeds of their own that will sprout to create more and more ideas. So that's the key. And I believe Europe is very open for new ideas. Europe is really open to bring people, to bring smart people that they're helping them to continue with their innovation process, because innovation also brings good business.
I agree, and especially in a continent where we take care of health very well of the people, actually compared to other continents, we can actually contribute a lot to health and envirotech solutions, which can be developed in cooperation. Marin, what's your point of view on that?
I think listening to you, Marcelino, I think what I see is, I think in Europe, we try to fix mistakes that we did in the past. In a time where, we're very much focused on growth and business. And unfortunately, we have a lot of old legacy systems. So if you look into, let's say, drainage systems, pipe systems, the train systems, I mean, when were they developed? They were developed when at the time, nobody cared about what kind of material are used unless it was cheap and durable. So that focus was not there. So for us, being in such a development stage means the legacy system, I think, are some of our biggest issues. When I look into Africa, I see that a lot of mobility, smart city solutions are currently implemented, and everybody's like, start from scratch. It's cool. Starting from scratch also makes it possible to learn from other mistakes. It's quite important. And of course, we also looked in the past into countries like China and also the Asian countries. They're the biggest polluters. Yes, on one hand, some of these countries are. On the other hand, they are also tearing down old cities and building new cities, and really much focus on building them up in a more eco-friendly and sustainable way. So there's this pro and con. And I think what I also just want to stress, and I totally agree, is we have to learn from each other. I think we also have to consider that Europe is not like the region where all the tech is coming from and all the innovation is coming from. The problem leads to very, very smart solutions usually. And sometimes I think from a European point of view, we do not necessarily feel all the problems. As I said, maybe it's also because we are a little spoiled, and it's completely fine. But I think the self-awareness is also something that I learned from other ecosystems, I learned from other founders, and sometimes I really have to force myself to listen, because I'm surrounded by a very self-confident ecosystem. And if you go into Berlin, there are a lot of high-rises, a lot of new buildings. I would never question, or like 15 years ago, I never questioned if these buildings are okay. Now I do, but also because other people pointed out weaknesses that I might not have seen. So I think we also have to think about what success means to us, and how do we measure a sustainable work life in its way. And as I said, we most likely can learn more from entrepreneurs in Africa at the moment, because they have very fresh ideas. And unfortunately, we in Germany have a lot of legacy systems that sometimes even slow us down.
Definitely. I think Vito can definitely relate to that. Italy has even more legacy, thousands of years of buildings and actually of infrastructure, plus a very funny political system which changes every year. So there's no continuation of policymakers, but at the same time, an impressive society which is very actually flexible to all these changes and rebirths many, many times. I was raised in Italy, so I can actually relate to that. But Vito, tell us how you can see that from your point of view, and what are your experiences with ecosystems in Europe compared to your competitors or international partnerships?
Yeah, no, basically, I'm not going to talk the funny way we do politics, but anyway, it's pretty clear that Italy is more now is more the exit country. I mean, many startups and many ideas, they go exactly to Germany, they go to other countries for investment now. But anyway, just to highlight a bit what we said before, digital is inclusive. I cannot imagine anything more inclusive than digital nowadays. So basically, in just a quick. In 2019, we opened our festival, which is called the We Make Future, exactly because we need the cooperation of everyone, and we co-build the festival with everyone. With the wall from Pink Floyd. Why? It was 30 years that the Berlin Wall was destroyed. So exactly and we are in the digital era, which is inclusive. So the thing is more understanding what means making communities together, making relationship between among communities. So I think it must be very well organized. It's not just making communities talk each other, but in a very structured way. So making politicians speaking with politicians. Why? Because they do have best practice in implementing urban mobility, sustainability policies, making investors meeting with other investors. Why? Because as Marcelino was saying, in digital, in the Silicon Valley, they have a different way of doing investments, where we have to learn, making startups learning with other startups from other countries and other ecosystems. So as speakers with other speakers to improve contents on sustainability and all and everything. So it's about matching, but let's try to match in a very structured way to make the stakeholders speak with the other relevant stakeholders for them. So the funnel must be really clear and not making noise, just connecting communities, but very structuring it.
Serena, would you like to add something to that?
Yes, I mean, from my little point of view of having a startup, to me is really collaboration over competition. The field is not so populated of environmental tech, so unpopulated because it's really focused on other verticals more. So those that are working in this field really, I think that can benefit from supporting each other and bringing the topics up to a more higher awareness level. That's the work that I'm doing and that I think we are doing in the sector.
I can only relate to that. So from the point of view of Berlin University Applied of Sciences, I was very, very actually surprised last week when we had the Technology and Transfer Day. And I experienced actually how many of the scientists working at our university had amazing international projects. One of them working, for example, for antibacterial resistances in sewage systems of the water of the Mexican Valley next to Mexico City, which can actually, I was impressed on how they contributed to actually developing agriculture there. And, you know, we are actually in this amazing, the title of Life Science Open Space, exactly. It's like life sciences are generally the same as technology. So we have two amazing verticals. You cannot change life sciences. It's everywhere around the world. They're going to be the same principles. So actually by checking the proof of principle of a concept and connecting it to a technology and actually contributing to it, we can actually develop amazing ecosystems. So I'm coming to my last question because we'll be short with time, but I would like you to maybe present it within 1 or 2 minutes, if each of you. My last question: how do you contribute to the development of an ecosystem where environmental tech startups can develop? So who wants to start? I think Marin wants to start, definitely.
Yes, but I think I'm not going to show any slides because we are, I think, short on time.
Come on, no, just show it a little bit. Let's say.
Yeah, I mean, what I can for sure do is I can showcase one of the projects that we just recently did, and again, I mean, the fun part is we do it also because we do have fun. So I don't know if you can see it. I'm sharing. So
yes, we can see that. Yeah.
So in the past, we have done hackathons because we also run incubators, and we wanted to identify interesting topics and teams. But especially at the end of the year, we decided we have to do something for us. And the team came together, and then we decided to do the Healthy Planet Hackathon. Why? Because it's important to us to also tackle 4 topics that, from our point of view, have not been tackled enough. So we looked into healthy and resilient cities, and we learned that it's not just the air, but it's the noise as well that really matters. We looked into sustainable energy solution, and we also looked more and more into reusing instead of reproducing. completely new, or in recycling. We look more into eco-friendly buildings and construction because, as Serena also said, you know, we are surrounded by technology, by walls that are not always healthy. I think this is something that really has to change. And the way we build cities also leads to floods and everything else, because we really have an impact on nature as well. We destroy nature while we build. We take soil out of the earth, and most of the time we throw away also valuable resources that we should reuse. And yes, preserving nature for future generations is a topic, I think, for all of us. We are all in the age that we have kids. We all think about what does it mean to live for the next 20, 30, 40 years, especially because the life expectancy is higher. So we have to have a long-term perspective. So this is the reason why we actually have the Healthy Planet Hackathon, and you see it's actually happening next week. So this is the reason we are talking with like hackers at the moment, with mentors and coaches. And I think this is a good example of how you can also do something, even if it's just a week in a year that you focus on something, but, you know, try to find formats to bring together people. And I think Vito with the conference is also something that you do on a regular basis, bring the right people together and have a conversation and a dialogue.
I agree, and the better is the hackathons not only for techies, but also for scientists from LifeScience. So just join it. It's for free. It's for actually just to release your energy and networking opportunities. Marin has put it on the LSOS platform, so you can actually have a look at the challenges, everything what's related to that. Vito, how can actually startups benefit from your ecosystem? So unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, we go. So yeah, basically we scout startup and we try to connect it with investors. So basically we have a free call for startups. Each year we receive kind of 2,000 applications. But then we filter the best startups, and they can present at our event, WMF, in June. Yeah, and basically, I mean, there's a big competition, more than 1 million euros in awards. But the best, the thing is the quality of B2B meetings with investors, because there are so many ideas from startups that just don't go through because they don't connect with the right VC, and we want to try to avoid
you have some present slides with you, right? You could show us the people, the persons who are going to streaming.
I will go very quickly, actually. So basically, this is the event itself. It's 15-17 of June. Okay, those are basically some of the numbers. So 36,000 attendees, 77 stages. Some of them are on digital health. Many of them are on sustainability. So what we try to do is making a big event, like a big festival, but being vertical on some relevant topics like health, sustainability, and so on. Connecting communities, what we are talking about, we have more than 49 countries in the last editions, basically Europe and basically the 5 continents. We are an international fair exactly because we want to spread what we do internationally, and we have more than 77 topics. Health tech is one of these, so it's very important. Also, blockchain and artificial intelligence, we also apply it to digital health. Artificial intelligence is very useful to make visible the invisible, analyzing data, what we were talking about. Social innovation is a strong, huge topic at WMF. Usually we talk in social innovation on the main stage, which is set for 5,000 people. I will go very fast. As I said before, we have the World Startup Fest with up to 1 million euros awarding the startups, and very good connection with investors. Research for Future call, where we have the European Space Agency, the Italian Institute of Technology, and some other players, where we collect idea and then we do organize hackathons. WMF is also a show, so it's a huge amount of contents, but also having huge amounts of connection, expo area, but also having a good time in an informal environment as well. So, and this comes from a large trip, basically. So the event itself is just 3 days. But all year long, we have the Habitat project where we were talking about. So we have 45 Habitat in Italy. We have Italian Roadshow. We are in university just teaching the use of digital for the good of humanity. And then we are in 26 states organizing a spin-off of WMF abroad and picking up the best investors and the best startups. So basically, we have we recently have attended in Wrocław. Other countries of Central East Europe. Next event will be in Thessaloniki and Saudi Arabia and Cairo. And this is what we do with the Habitat, basically with the rural areas along Italy, trying to connect those rural areas. So they are usually less than 3,000 people living with the world of innovation. And this is basically what we do.
I think it's quite impressive, and I think Krakow and Berlin should join you next year. We just actually saw the colleagues from Krakow LifeScience Klaster might think about it, and our university is going to think about that as well. Marin maybe as well. We'll discuss it later. Last minutes, Serena, what would you like to show? You're going to have our presentations a bit later. Serena, what would you like to say
I would like just to show one thing that is not in my
Yes.
presentation for later, meaning this. We just released our new website, and if you want to just test your home and see if it's healthy, if you scan this QR code, you get immediately into our self-assessment test. You can just check your apartment and then eventually get in contact. So it's a little of a interesting thing that you can just try out. I will share just this, and then
I
the
will do
rest
that. I will definitely do that. Marcelina, what would you like to add?
Marcelina, did you put this code on the platform?
Which code?
Did you put your
Marcelina
Did you put this information on the platform?
Not yet. I think they're going to register that on the platform.
Okay, that is important because people have to. That was too fast to scan this actually.
Exactly. Remember to actually upload the short presentations as a call to action on the LSOS platform. It's going to be available till the end of January 2023. So everybody.
No, it will be. Sorry, Adam. It will be available longer till the end of 2033. It will be available free. But later on, of course, we are changing the rules, and it will be available indefinitely, actually, for collaborations. So, but we'll contact you on this matter. So it's no problem. My short summary, if I can. Because I found that the idea of listening to you very carefully, that I think the future belongs to small communities like yours, doing something together. But this the small community is actually capable to facilitate some kind of movement in one specific direction, maybe two, or in this case of Marcelino, many directions as well. But still, I'm thinking about the rather small communities, exactly as I did say, but joined somehow in the network, because I think this works. Simply works for especially for startups.
It definitely works. I think we can strongly relate all to that. This is how all these actually connections are being created. Krzysztof, we know each other for a while. That's because of the Polish-German networks we've been developing between Krakow and actually Berlin. Marin, it's exactly the same topic. We've been knowing each other for years here and actually trying to foster and bring the ecosystems on the next level in Berlin. And I agree, I cannot agree more than what Marcelino and Vito said about creating actually ecosystems open to learning, to other experiences, to actually accept that certain things have to be done here because we have the possibilities, the opportunities, and that's how we contribute actually to local ecosystems as well. Any other final note you would like to add?
It's not possible to solve in one step the big challenge, but it's possible to with the smaller steps to solve small challenges by those communities or ecosystems you mentioned.
Definitely. small challenges step by step, and all of them are just actually being undertaken by us, and that's how we actually do it. And I think Marin is doing a lot of small challenges like that, creating big companies later on who are just moving the world. Marcelino is also developing some nice projects in the future, connecting Germany and Mexico and other ones. So stay tuned. And yeah, I think we're going to go to Vito with our small challenges and small ecosystems to join maybe a bit bigger group, which can actually just spread actually the success of such solutions, exactly like as being created by Serena. And this is something that is created by people with passion and with solutions on top of that.
Absolutely welcome, and even LifeScience, if we want to have a stage dedicated to life science, to provide contents on health, especially on digital health. Absolutely, let's talk.
So having a few minutes left, maybe I would like to thank you, our speakers again. Marin Lesher from StartUp Colors and Vision Health Pioneers, Serena Bertaluzzi from HomeSum, Vito Esposito from We Make Future Festival, June 2023, save the date. Save the date also for the hackathon Healthy Planet, starting next week on the 28th of November. And a big thank you also to Marcelino Turati and for his insights. If you would like to get to know more information, they're going to be provided on the LifeScience Space platform. If you'd like to get to know what is the Berlin University of Applied Sciences in Life Science doing, please do contact me as well. And we are looking for some more actually startups pitching and presenting today. But we have some minutes left, so maybe it's a short break for a glass of water, I guess, or maybe just actually Krzysztof helping us also just to say goodbye to our great, amazing panel speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. That was thank you all of you. That was actually great session. A lot of ideas actually in ahead. So we will stay in contact because I have direct questions to all of you. Actually, how we can develop this or make use of this meeting in the near future. So thank you again, and thank you, Adam, for bringing these guests. That was the very good shot.
My pleasure. Hopefully everybody's going to actually benefit from that. So each of the projects, and you, Krzysztof, with actually Klaster, LifeScience in Kraków as well. I hope cooperations are going to be made because this is the space what has to be created.
I'm not sure why people always mixed my name with Krzysztof, which is my third name, which is okay. I still understand because you relate still to me, not to another Krzysztof. Okay, Kazimierz.
Yeah. Kazimierz, okay, sorry.
Okay. I can understand, but it's quite often. It happens quite often.
It happens.
I don't know. How did you know? Actually, that is my third name.
I don't know. Maybe I saw it somewhere. it's how it is related about.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay. No problem at all.
Apologize for this small mistake.
No problem at all.
So many international names. So yeah.
We can smoothly move to startup presentations.
Definitely.
I still believe
so thank you guys.
Yeah, I believe we have already the heroes waiting in the queue. So who's first?
So we have the first guest coming up exactly now. So I wanted once again to say thank you to our speakers. If you would like to stay to the startup presentations, you're more than welcome. And Kazimierz, I apologize. I was concentrating on the panel discussion. You came up and it's like somehow, I don't know, it got a little bit converted. But we have our next speaker. Now it's 4:30.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. Our next speaker in 1 minute is going to be actually Leszek Wójcik from the startup Mofema. And yes, I'm very actually curious about his presentation and about his contribution to this session. Leszek, I can see you're already on our digital stage. So yeah, I think we can start 1 minute in advance, right? Let's welcome Mofema on the stage.
Okay, hello.
We can hear you, we can see you, we can see the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Great. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Mofema is an innovative medtech company established in Kraków in 2013. And the foundation of the company is the highly innovative research, which was conducted at the Jagiellonian University in Kraków, which was led by our co-founder, Chief Medical Officer, Professor Krzysztof Rydlewski. As you can see on the slide, our key focus area is helping pregnant women to healthy children. Okay. Sorry. This slide shows key members our team. Professor Krzysztof Rydlewski, the co-founder, obstetrician gynecologist with over 40 years of experience in pregnancy pathology. He's author of more 100 publications in this area. Przemysław Tadla is our expert in regulatory affairs with more than 20 years of experience both in Europe and the US. Kajetan Dziedzich, our Chief Technology Officer, specializing in algorithms for extracting and analyzing bioelectrical signals. On the right hand side, we have other members of our engineering team and myself. I am also the co-founder and the CEO of Mofema. So, who we are? We are a company that develops innovative systems to analyze biosignals from the human body. On the left-hand side of there is a summary of our leading project, PregnaLife 24, ECTG, which is a novel solution for monitoring the well-being of the fetus through the detection of bioelectrical signals, generation by the baby's heart and its movements. Our first generation system is already EU CE certified, and our second generation system is currently in the final stage of design and development. From the regulatory perspective, our system is ready to start registration in Europe under new IVDR process. And in the US, we are aiming for the registration under 510K process, and we plan to have the pre-submission meeting with the FDA in December 2022. Next slide. This slide provides a summary of the total addressable market. There was around 140 million births globally in 2020, out of which less than 8 million were in EU and US. Pathological condition during pregnancy may lead to fetal hypoxia and brain damage. Roughly 20% of the pregnancies are pathological and 18% are physiological. We estimate that only about 50% of pathological pregnancies receive a clinical recommendation for continuous monitoring. And out of physiological pregnancy, only 20% are monitored. Traditional cardiotopography, also known as CTG, is currently gold standard in pregnancy monitoring. What are the advantages of ECTG over CTG? Traditional CTG technology uses the Doppler ultrasound method, whereas in ECTG we use electrical signal. CTG is non-invasive, but we believe ECTG is even more not invasive as we use bioelectrical signals only. CTG can only be used for short-term monitoring, and ECTG can be used for both short-term and long-term monitoring. It's often difficult to identify a reading side with CTG, which is much less of a problem with ECTG. CTG is manual exam, whereas ECTG is an automatic exam. And finally, CTG is difficult for remote monitoring, and ECTG is easy to use in this setting, making it a tool of choice for various telemedical platforms. On this slide, you can see how our solution PregnaLife 24 works. First is our data collector for bioelectrical signals. Second is our mobile app to communicate between data collector and telemedical platform. Third is the DSP library, included our algorithms. And four is the mobile app for patients and physicians. Here we have, on this slide, we have, you can see how our solution, this slide shows timelines. This slide shows timelines and milestones. The key near-term milestones in FDA pre-submission meeting. And if everything goes according to the plan, our second generation device will be ready for commercialization in the late 2023 in the US and early 2024 in US. And this is our finish, our presentation. Thank you very much for attention. If you need more information about MOFEMA, feel free to contact us by email, and you may view our presentation on the YouTube. Thank you very much for attention. See you.
Thank you, Leszek, very much for this presentation. Can I ask one question? Is it okay?
Oh, try.
Let's try. We had a discussion about healthy environments, and I find this actually system of PregnaLife very relevant for women being pregnant, you know, in environments that are actually not healthy. An example, I don't know, Silesia region in Poland, or actually any region in the world that is exposed to, you know, health dangers. Do you think your solution can contribute to better actually monitoring of of well-being of prenatal babies in such regions as well?
I think our solution is on the 6th stage technological, and I think our solution is ready for the use, but we must do something medical activity, and I think after that we can put our solution in the market. And for now, for us, is difficult talking about it, because we need more responses from the market and from the physicians and for the patients.
Okay, you're also waiting for the clinical evaluation of your clinical trials, right?
Yes.
But I can definitely see the potential of your solutions for regions which require more healthcare, specifically where they don't have actually a healthy environment. So looking forward to your development, definitely. And
sorry, one more. I don't hear you enough.
Oh, can you hear me? Yes, or is it interrupted?
I have some problem with sound. Sorry.
Sorry, maybe it was my sound, actually. I'm looking forward to your developments and very interesting solution specifically for actually prenatal checks.
I think, yes, I think it's a very interesting solution. I think is the maybe not first, one of first solution in the world, which we can put in the market.
Kazimierz, is there any other questions, maybe?
I don't see.
Okay, no, can you hear me? No, I don't have questions to this solution. We can move. Because Pregnant Life is from Kraków, we'll be in contact anyway after that.
Great solution, great team, keep on going.
Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you, bye. So, we were actually quite on time. The next presentation is going to be delivered by Wojciech Czardybon, and who's actually going to present a scaffold product with embedded cells based on 3D bioprinting technology. And the company startup name is called AVOIDABLE, if I'm speaking it out properly. So let's welcome Wojciech Czardybon on the stage.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
and we can see you.
Perfect. Next step will be when you will see my presentation.
Let's give it a try.
Yes. Not yet, I assume, right? Okay. What about now?
Not yet.
Still nothing. Just a moment. In the meantime, about the name, we rather prefer to pronunciation acelmet, coming from a cell, like a living organism.
I was thinking, but it maybe, yeah, exactly. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Now it should be visible.
Yes. Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay. Okay, so now I can start. So welcome everybody.
But if you can change to presentation mode, would be better.
Actually, I am in presentation mode.
So you are sharing the
full. You mean the full screen presentation on the full screen?
No, you are probably sharing the not the right one screen. So you're sharing your. Maybe if this kind of problem, so skip it and maybe.
Sorry. Okay, so should I try or?
Because you have to share. You share the screen, not the PowerPoint.
And I'm supposed to share PowerPoint.
No, the presentation. That's the difference. Small difference, but.
You could click on Pokaz slajdu.
Yes.
If you change the view.
Just a second.
Pokaz slajdów, and then od początku.
Okay. Now?
Nope.
Can you see it now?
No.
Just a moment.
This is
no.
Maybe I will share your presentation from my screen.
Okay, let's not waste more time.
Okay, so give me a second, please.
Sure.
Sorry for interrupting you. It was almost good.
Well, almost is not enough, apparently. Okay. Okay, so
now, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for a little help. So once again, I represent acelmet, coming from a cell, because we work mostly with cells. Acelmet. Okay. Thanks. We are a biotech company. This is a startup. We started operations in 2018. generally, our goal is to develop new drugs, new medical technologies. We are using 3D printing labs, microscopy labs, animal facilities, and any other facilities or laboratories which are necessary to execute our projects. We are a very small company, but our projects are being done in consortia with universities and with Cardiomed Silesia from Zabrze. Okay, next slide, please. Can I have a next slide? Okay, thank you.
Yes, you can control the presentation by yourself.
Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, so we are working on 3 projects currently. 2 of them can be combined in a so-called targeted liposome formulation platform. I will not talk a lot about this, just a very, very brief introduction to those 2 projects, to the liposome platform. So generally, we are working on development of a method of production of liposomes, which are decorated with various molecules on their surface. The idea is those molecules presented on the surface of liposomes may act as a guidance, as a recognition molecules to find the desired place within the organism. Being more precise, we are working on 2 projects. One is anti-COVID-19 drug, recognizing the virus, the liposomes recognizing virus, and the second is a drug for the AML, acute myeloid leukemia. So the idea is to develop the liposomes, finding the tumor cells and delivering the drugs directly to the tumors. But this is not the main topic of today's presentation. Generally, our third project, I'm trying to control. Okay, our third project is about regeneration of injured cornea. This is surprisingly quite a serious problem within the world. Several million cases recognized every year worldwide. Even in Poland, you can just if you look just on Poland, you can count the cases in thousands per year. The problem is this is very difficult to cure. There is several options, like for example transplantation, but like every transplantation, there is a problem with the donors. Some other solutions like keratoprosthesis, amniotic membrane transplantation, or the closest to our solution, Holoclar, but still there is a large medical need in this area. So generally, the project is based on the idea that we will take the stem cells from the healthy eye of the patient. We will culture the cells, and then the cells will be placed on a specific patch, we can call membrane, and then transplanted into patient's eye with the idea and hope that the cells will colonize the injured eye and restore the destroyed cornea. I will not tell you too many details about this project, but we may take a look at some pictures showing at least points in our progress. Okay, so here we can see, as I said, we are taking the cells from the healthy eye of a patient, and then we culture them. So here you can see some pictures showing growing cultures of cells together with a microscope picture showing, for example, some limbus cell. By the way, the pictures I'm showing are not from humans. This is currently we are on a stage where we do experiments with the animals, specifically with pigs. So what I'm showing now is derived from pigs. Humans will be next step. As I said previously, after being cultures, the cells are being transferred into the matrix. So here is the matrix. What's important about the matrix we developed is that, first of all, they are really transparent, as you can see in the bottom line, on the pictures on bottom line. This is important because this significantly improves the quality of life of patients for the, however short, but still the period when the procedure is being done to the patients. Another important property of this matrix is that we can, after preparation, we can dry it for storage. So we can prepare it ahead, store, and when necessary, we can rehydrate it and then transfer cells. On the right panel, you can see very roughly the size of the patch of the matrix. This is really very thin. This is also important because this influences the feeling of the patients during the procedure. Okay, here you can see some general pictures from the experiments on animals. So this is the stage where we are currently. So we are during the experiment with animals. So some parts of these experiments were already done, and we are progressing. So the next steps we hope for is to finish the experiments with animals, and then after some additional preparation, finalization of the procedure of preparation of the patch, and then we'll be thinking about the experiments, clinical trials with humans. So basically, this is everything what I was going to show you today. If you have any question, please ask.
Quite impressive. Can I have one question?
Absolutely.
How long do you think it's going to take to finish up the tests on animals before this technology can be actually secure on humans?
Okay. Well, this is quite defined. We are, as I said, we work using grant support. So, well, at least to some extent, the timeframes are being limited by the grant. So, first stage of animal trials is about to be finished, let's say, in the first half of next year. So this is first stage, but I do think that before starting the clinical trials, we will do one more bit larger experiment with animals. So let's say, realistically, I would say probably beginning of next year, or not 2020, 23. I would expect possibility of launching human clinical trials somewhere in 2024.
Okay.
This is just rough estimation, of course, but this is relatively, the technology is relatively advanced already.
I agree, and you know, stem cells. Sorry.
Yeah, go on. I have a question, but go on.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of impressive because the stem cells and bioprinting, actually, like we've heard in the last weeks, there's already like the possibility to bioprint already ready steaks out of animals, you know, just which is actually coming from the cells. So I think these technologies are going to be accelerated in the next weeks and months, and actually it's going to be an exponential growth of such technologies. So if this would be an extremely good case to actually treat people with this disease. So all the best for you.
Yeah, I have a question because that was something interesting in your presentation. You put there information that this will be the biodegradable stem cells. So in which way? How do you mean that? What do you mean by that?
Okay, maybe I should explain a little bit more how it's working. So as I said, we prepare the matrix. You have seen it. You have seen this piece of transparent material. Then the cells are being first cultured. Well, not on this matrix. Then they are being transferred in some way on the matrix, grown on the matrix, and then the matrix is being transferred into the eye. And now what we want, generally the matrix is necessary only to keep the cells in place as that long to allow them to sort of attach to the eye. So this is why we are not removing this patch. The matrix is not being removed. It sort of dissolves, decomposed, it's being digested by enzymes, partially dissolved, and simply after implanting, it's not necessary to remove the patch. It just disappears and cells stays in place.
Okay, and second question, because you didn't mention during your presentation of any needs, but I've seen that you've been acting on the platform and you put all of 3 of your projects on the platform. And is there information about what you need? What kind of collaboration are you looking for?
Okay, so currently, as I said, we are working on 3 projects. This one with concentrating on the cornea regeneration is the most advanced one. Well, we as probably every startup, on one hand, we need investors. On another hand, we will need either collaborators or partners for going to more advanced stages. It's this need is not that urgent because, as I said, currently we do our research in consortium, and it's working. But at more advanced stages, it's quite possible that we will be looking for some larger partner, well, to support us on one hand financially in development, allowing to go with this project to the market, but also with organization too. So
okay, which means we should follow your projects on the platform.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Adam, back to you.
I don't have any other questions. I'm quite impressed. And of course, this topic, as soon as it's going to be actually closed with a test on the animals, this is actually the stage where it can be actually being pitched to investors and cooperation partners. So I wish you all the best with that. And yes, let's keep an eye on your developments. Thank you, Wojciech, very much for participating today. Let's welcome the next startup in this session. I would like to welcome Mariusz Olejniczak, who will be talking about the development of target cancer treatments. Is Mariusz already here?
Yes, I am here. Do you see me?
Yes, I can see you. Mariusz, do you have a name for your projects, or it's not there yet?
Let's say we have several names because we have several projects, and what's different for us, it's a kind of the business model which we are doing. So, let's first see if I share.
So let's have a look at these different projects and the business models about it. Perfect.
Okay. And I really thank you, colleague before, because it's really when we have to be, because we are focusing on this part, which was mentioned by sorry, I don't remember the name of the colleague before, but really I believe that we could help each other in the long term. But anyway, let's start from this. WPD Poland is owned by the WPD Canada, which is a small public company in Canada. But what is different from many companies trying to develop biotech in Poland it is our business model. Before we go and discuss our business model and product, which we have in our business model with our key program, which is Berubicin, when I could show you a kind of the example what we are doing, I have to show you a kind of the slide about us, and in the same way as a colleague before, we have a center of research, we have global cooperation, we have experienced team, we have also some rights when we have a global or regional exclusivity, and we are focused on oncology, but our model is a little bit different. And you could say that at last in Poland, our business model is an innovation, because Poland, it's a great hub for the clinical studies. The Novartis is doing study in Poland, Roche, Pfizer, name it. All big guys are doing clinical studies in Poland, and I was working for them last 20-something years. And we find that there is a gap. There is a lot of the good ideas which could be in clinical studies in Poland, but it's a problem for the small company from Poland, but also from the North America to do study in Poland, because it's too far away. It's a new kind of the activity, which is quite complicated. And we are a group of the people, which I show you on the next slide, which focus in this for last 20 or something years. So our idea for the innovation on the business model level is to not develop product by ourselves. We have great scientific team, but it's not what we want to do. We want to find good programs which are ready to start to be prepared for the clinical development, and then develop value of this program by helping our partners to go through the first phases of the clinical development. Because to be honest, we are not able for sure to do phase 3, but we are able to help with the phase 1 and maybe with phase 2, as you could see later on my slide. What we are doing, we are starting from the strategy and regulatory process, because especially for the advanced therapy product, as the product which was before, it's complicated. Let's say there is many guidelines, many things which you have to take into consideration. And I was working in the non-profit program, I think 10 years ago, when we starting to go for the scientists in Poland and trying to explain how to do it, that you have to go for the scientific advice, you need to have discussion with European agency, you need to have discussion with FDA. And there is something what we are trying to help. And starting from this discussion, you need to do more preclinical studies and CMC, that means program development. We are not doing it ourselves. Of course, we have a wet lab when we are doing some small studies, but we are not able to do GLP studies. But anyway, this is something what you have to take into consideration. And our idea is to find something who is almost ready for clinical development, help to start this clinical development and increase value of the program. And this kind of the innovation in Poland, because I don't know any company which is really doing it in this way in Poland, but it happens in Australia with the Casia, which happens with the in US with Citus Pharmaceuticals, when the company licensing in programs from other companies to develop them in the easier, better way to help to organize it in the way which is most effective for companies, but also for the patient. So here's our team. Myself, which is a co-founder of the company with experience in the clinical research, but also Valdemar, who is a serial entrepreneur from US, who helped us with setting this company. And he have also setting some other companies in US in the field of the biotech, medical chemistry. Agnieszka, who is our chief operation officer, Beata, who is responsible for the science and the wet lab, and Marek, which is our chief medical director, who comes to us from Sevier when his last position was after being head of the research in Australia. He was working in the Paris in the headquarters. So what we have in our pipeline? In our pipeline, we have several programs. The most advanced are Berubicin and Annamycin, when we have partners with 2 US companies, and we are doing European studies for them. and we are supporting them with other activities in Europe. Because there are different between European agency and FDA in terms of the animal study, in terms of the CMC, in terms of what have to be done to start clinical study and how study have to be done. And for our key program, berubicin, which is the most important one, and when we will start our clinical study soon, we had CNS, before CNS started to be a public company. On the very beginning we developed together with them program, which include big US study, with, which is also in some countries in Europe, and one study when we are responsible, which will be as a 2 studies, it will be kind of the cornerstone for the future application for the approval of this drug, which is really needed because it's a brain cancer. And what is also especially important here, that the Poland and surrounding countries, when we have a license for the berubicin, it's a hotspot for the brain cancers. There is why we believe, because, you know, Poland, Romania, Greece, Latvia, Estonia, they are countries when you have the highest prevalence of the brain cancer in Europe. So we believe that we have the focus on helping people with the brain cancer by going fast forward with studies and taking the studies to the Poland, because right now, before we start doing it, there was no study in the brain cancer in Poland. There was study in Germany, in France, in the US, but there was no studies in the brain cancer in Poland. So it's a kind of the gap when we could help patients, when we have to, when we could help also companies. Of course, we are not limit ourselves to brain cancer only, but it's example. And for sure, we're not doing study in malaria because malaria is not here. For sure, but for sure, we will not do studies in some cancer which are, you know, not very prevalent in Poland. But there is kind of the important topics when it's brain cancer, pancreas, when we really could help other companies and patients to put product faster on the market. And berubicin is a kind of the key for us, and it's also proof of concept for our program. And really believe in this drug because, as you could see here, it is after phase 1, and we are starting phase 2 soon to confirm dosage. And even in the first one, when you are looking for just to confirm safety, we see that there is some answer in the patient. And if we will be able to confirm these answers in our study, it will be very good prognostic for possible market authorization of this program. So that is in the nutshell about WPD, what we do, what are our ambition. There are huge ambition, and for this we need a lot of money and we need a lot of the investors, but we believe that, you know, there is a kind of the unique opportunity here. Poland is very good on the clinical studies. And we are doing it very well. You know, we have 1,000 people working for the AstraZeneca, Novartis, and other group here. And we need to grow our ecosystem here in Poland. So we have everything. We have research, we have development, and we have also other activities in the pharma business, because just research is not enough. You need to have development, and you need to have our ecosystem, as you say before, in the country to really be strong in the pharmaceutical business. So that is from my side. And if you would like to ask any question, I am happy to answer.
Mariusz, I would have a question, to be honest. You started your presentation with a disclaimer, and it didn't really help, to be honest, because I still don't understand. Do you accelerate clinical trials, or do you actually accelerate the cycle of clinical medical development? I didn't get it out of your presentation. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very good point, because you know, it's sometimes hard to explain if you are spending too much time in one type of the business.
That's what I had this impression, because we coach startups also in life science, and yeah, it's sometimes there's so much involved in these projects that they just operate with a lot of actually jargon. And you start with a disclaimer, which doesn't really help me or any outsiders to understand. Do you go into accelerating the clinical trials of already existing medicines, or you actually develop new medicines which can be tested then?
Let's say we are accelerating a medicine which already exist, but they are not approved. So our partners are other startup, other organization, and I think that is kind of the, we would like to be partner which have knowledge how to do clinical study, how to work with the scientific advice, how to go with regulators, and help startup, by taking not, full rights for the program, but being a partner and develop a project together with them. Because what we believe and what is, I think, important, it will be better to partnership with somebody who is not taking everything from you as a startup organization, but help you along the way. But it will be partner which will not working for the fee only. And there is in our model, we are not, let's say, as a contract research organization by the fee. We rather get some right in exchange for doing part of the clinical development, but by ourselves, but together with our partners.
So you're targeting startups, actually, life science startups developing drugs.
But we believe that we are startup ourselves. We probably never will be, the big company. We are here to help. Yeah.
Okay.
So the projects you have in your pipeline you presented. By the way, hello, nice to see you again. The projects you present in your pipeline are from where? From Canada or from?
Two are, let's say, for now we have all are from the US, because what we believe that for the beginning we have to look for the places when there is a most let's say investment. But what I find in my work experience is that for the small company in US, it's not easy to do study in Europe, and especially in Central and Eastern Europe, and that there is a need for the partner. Of course, we will be happy in the future to work with the companies as a colleague before to help them to accelerate their program, because the idea is, that there is research and there is a development. And development, I believe, is a missing piece in Poland for the small and medium companies.
So, if I understand correctly, I was pretty much the same, a little bit lost, like Adam. If I understand correctly, you are looking for the projects which are already protected, and they are before the phase 1 or after phase 1?
Before phase 1, let's say, there is a kind of the point when I believe we could be the most of service, when you start thinking on the having clinical development, but you are not there. Because if you are already in the clinical development, you probably already have an infrastructure. We have to be a kind of the infrastructure provider for the organization which would like to start developing new drug, but they don't want to go in this part of the business.
So it's between your service goes into the game, the game of the any kind of organization like startup or the development team on the university. Yes. After the toxicity animal studies, so preclinical, and you start developing with them clinical part.
I think that the proof of concept is a place when we could work together, because
it's even earlier.
Okay, this is my question exactly. When do you start working as well? So thank you, Kazimierz, for pointing that out as well.
Yeah, I think it's important, because when you have a proof, before you go in the toxicity study, for example, you have to make decision what type of animals you use in your toxicity. It could be, I know that everybody knows that the standard rodent, not rodent, but there's a very good question if you really need not rodent and what kind of the not rodent you need. And for this, you need to be, first of all, well prepared. Then you need to have good discussion with the regulatory agency to find what is the best solution for your program.
Do you provide all this context, also like the ethic commission, etc., etc.? How do you work with that?
Okay, ethic committee is always independent body, so we making application to the ethic committee. We are supporting this, but we are not in the process of judging, any programs.
Okay.
So basically, I understand that your assets are actually know-how, the contacts and processes you have already developed, probably with some kind of help of the computer systems, and you can manage the process. That's the service you offer.
Yes, but also, wow, this is also a program which we have because we are partners in this program. And I believe that, as I told Berbitzen, it's a very important program for us because we know that we will be, always niche company, probably. We will not expand to the very big one with this kind of the business model. So we have to choose when we could do the most of the good. And one of the reasons here is that the glioblastoma is a huge problem in Poland. And also some people in our company has, let's say, personal story with glioblastoma. So there is why we think that there is a place when we could really, help develop something more and faster.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
I don't have any questions either. Time is pushing. So thank you very much, Mariusz, for your time and to your actually presentation. So if there's any questions, please look up on the platform and contact Mariusz on the LifeScience Open Space platform. I would like to welcome on the stage our next startup, Serena Bertalucci, who was taking part already in our panel discussion. She's going to present a little bit more about HomeSum, the platform which is going to help you live in a healthier environment. Serena, welcome on the stage.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And so welcome at HomeSum. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, great. So welcome at HomeSum, the platform for healthy homes. At HomeSum, we work on environmental health and primary prevention. So not early detection, but improving people's well-being in order for them to prevent getting sick. And a very brief story as introduction to make understand where this idea comes from. First of all, as a mother, I think home should be the safest place of all, right? But who doesn't? But what if it wasn't? So my father, he was the healthiest person I knew. He was eating well, exercising, no smoke, no drink. Yet he died at 59 of a cancer, probably caused from pesticides. And back then it was really frustrating. I couldn't understand. Now we actually know that 70 to 90% of risk of developing a disease is determined by our exposome. So all the environmental factors to which we are exposed throughout life. One thing that we have to acknowledge, though, is that we as a society, we are an indoor species. So we spend indoor up to 90% of our time. And the latest research from the Environmental Protection Agency shows that the indoor environment can be up to 5 times more polluted than the outdoor, meaning that more than 90% of people breathe polluted air throughout the day. Water sources are still contaminated, in Europe 40%, and we are exposed to more than 10,000 chemicals, different chemicals, many of which they are not even cataloged, and some of them are known to be carcinogenic. This has a consequence that the 12% of rate of death in Europe is due to pollution. And children are the most affected category due to the lifestyle. For instance, living very close to the floor and ingesting more things. So our question at Homesome is, are our homes healthy? How can we make them healthy and make sure that it is? And this is our solution. What we do, we empower people to make sure that their home is healthy. And we have developed this system. We have a platform on which people can go and take a self-assessment to understand their situation. We have monitoring devices that people can use to monitor their home. And then we have a portal to identify possible solutions to eventual problems. Let's take a bit more an example in detail. This is Lisa. Lisa has 2 children and she lives in a normal apartment on the ground floor on a busy road. And she has some concerns about her situation. So what does she do? She comes on our platform and takes our self-assessment test. In just a few clicks, it takes about 4 minutes. And she received from us a report with an assessment risk and possible products that she can use to monitor specific parameters at home. We deliver the products to her door. She just has to plug them in. And in just a few clicks, she has then all the home health under control at a glance, and she can finally have the peace of mind of knowing that everything is fine. Or if it's not, we support her with possible solutions to reduce the pollution at home. Why now? The time is right. Since COVID-19, health and well-being have become a life priority, and 70% of new generations are willing to pay more for health and wellness, and that's why this market is growing more than 20% every year. We are talking about, our entry market is Germany. In Germany, there are 41 million households for an expenses on home devices about 15 billion euros. And from our target group, the expenses is about 4 billion, and we are focusing on a target of health-aware people for 400 million euros of revenue. We have just a few competitors, most of which delivering standard products and not very health focused. So we are the first B2B2C platform that combines both scientific knowledge and holistic approach, because we are convinced that the home health must be looked into its entire wholeness and not taking one specific polluter in consideration, but the whole home environment. Our solution is customized for the need of the specific customer through our mathematical model that defines the specific situation of the home, and holistic because we look at all the pollutant parameters that can be in the home, and convenient because being digitalized, we're able to keep the costs in a low range. Our business model is the sale of analytical kits and also the membership of to our platform, as well as commissions on services of possible partners for the solutions. Our revenue projection is 1.7 million by 2026. And so this is our go-to-market strategy. We are first targeting wellness-oriented expecting parents that are eager to create the right environment at home for their kids. And then we are also targeting home offices through partnerships with health insurances. And then we will expand to whoever is engaging in a new beginning in a new home and wants to make it healthy. Our roadmap, we founded the company at the beginning of this year. And we closed already 8 key partnerships with devices producers. And now we are rolling out our products. Our team is composed by myself. I am an architect with many years of experience in the building industry. And I'm also a well-being consultant. So I consult companies on how to implement well-being in the working environment. And that's where I got the idea of translating this concept onto the home. And then there is Christian, my co-founder, and he's and has an MBA, studied informatics, and had a long career in the Siemens Healthineers. And then there is Elenia for our content creation and marketing. We are also supported from 3 amazing advisors, all in the field of sustainability, and several institutions that all share the belief that now the time is right to bring this very important topic mainstream. So we call it the beginning of the healthy home revolution. If you are in and you want to support us, we are actually currently raising 300,000 euros that will serve for delivering developing our platform and starting creating our community and working on the marketing. So thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, please feel free.
Grazie, Serena. Thank you very much. Very interesting. How would you like to get maybe an advisor from LifeSciences to your startup, from such an ambience like of Kraków LifeScience Klaster? Could a person contribute to your startup somehow?
We would love to. Because we come from a technical side, but we definitely need support on the medical aspects of what we're doing.
What would be the perfect match for you?
I think that's a very holistic approach, like the functional medicine. It's a very interesting match for us, or someone that works in the environmental health in general. So someone that really knows the problem of the pollution, because I can talk broadly about the pollution inside, but of course the effects of pollutions are still we are actually discovering them right now.
Or also some material science specialists, right? So also depending also on analyzing what exposures are actually the most dangerous and how to analyze it on a small scale, depending on actually how data are going to be collected from the devices, right?
I wanted to ask, what is the science behind? Because you claim that this is scientifically proved or based on the science, but what kind of science is behind?
Research that have been conducted, so partly from association like the Environmental Protection Agency from the USA. In Europe, there have been a long study called human biomonitoring. And there is going to be another very long study, about 7 years, that they're starting right now. It's called PARC. And so,
but this studies, what kind of studies? I mean, what is investigated?
So the Environmental Protection Agency, they study the pollutants that can be found for instance, in the air or in water, which chemicals can be found in water, and so on. The HB4AU, this study that I was saying that has been conducted in Europe, they have studied the effects of specific pollutant on humans. So, for instance, the effect of mercury or lead on the body, and so which consequences it brings on health.
This can be understood, but I cannot still imagine what are you measuring in this aspect in the home, because this kind of monitoring system And then you measure something and give feedback. Yeah, that's the way.
Yes, what we do is the studies that have been conducted from institutions. It's something else. It's what we base our knowledge on. But what we do in the homes, we measure. For instance, we have devices to measure if there are pollutants in the air, or we
in the air.
In the air.
Or in the water.
We measure if there is a presence of radon, which is known to be one carcinogenic, or in the water, if there are mercury or lead, which are known to be disruptor of the nervous system or endocrine system. And so mostly those three parameters: water and air, and specific chemicals, depending on the case.
But I still don't understand how the final user, the idea is great, but how final user, I mean the household, is using this, because I understand this could be done as a service. So someone comes to my house and tests my house and give me feedback and providing the information: where are the pollutants, what is the source of the pollutions, and some kind of advice. What can I do about this? But why should I buy it for my home and keep it at home?
So in fact, that's a great point. At the moment, this service is done as a service, but because a person, a specialist, come to your home, it costs really a lot. So not many people are able to afford this. We digitalize the process. So we provide to people those devices, which are super simple to be used, but not simple to be analyzed, the data to be analyzed. So people just have to plug them in, and we analyze them in remote, let's say, and give them then the feedback: what is okay, what is not, eventually was not, what could be done.
And then
I think I would understand it in a different way. If you are exposed to pollutants and toxic materials, even if you're home, let's say you decide to build a home in the countryside, and you think it's going to be a healthy environment for your family because you don't want to stay in Kraków in the center. And then you actually are being exposed to pesticides, which are going to be the spring, the summer. You can actually start measuring if your air within home is actually having too much pesticides on certain months. This shows
from outside.
Coming from outside, exactly, as well. So it's not only actually measuring once your air at home, but it can be actually measuring the different factors that can be affecting actually the place that you live in, that you expose. This is also concerned about the place we work. And yeah, just the offices we work, mostly not the most modern ones. Universities have been here with buildings also from the 60s, 70s. And I can also relate to something like that in my own home. It's like built in the 60s. So there was actually something glued to the floor, which was actually consistent of PAC, which is actually canceroid. We used to actually glue linoleum on the floor, just removing that and then stating what is actually going to be in the pollutants at home. I would be measuring that on a constant level. The same when people use a fireplace at their home. You're exposed also depending on what you're burning at home. We know what's the situation in Poland, and in this winter, in general energy crisis, you cannot rely on your neighbors in our countries because they're going to be burning everything at home. So you actually can start measuring what is actually the air inside of your home, what is your exposure to different pollutants. Same about actually measuring the quality of water. Just the pipes are being exchanged. Berlin is a good example. They said, we exchanged 95% of the pipes, but this is actually related to the pipes which are the general pipes on the streets, but we forget about the access from the pipes to the old buildings from the 19th century, which mostly have still old connections and collectors from the 19th century. So you still have like lead pipes in the walls, sometimes being connected with fresh, good water, but on the short part actually being polluted by some.
Yeah, I understand the value of this type of measurement and the approach, but still don't get the business model. Because yes, I would like to have the home monitored somehow, let's say. But if I get the information that something's wrong, I would like to change it. So when I change it,
in fact, we offer solutions.
Serena, what you gonna do after
you offer solution. Okay.
What's your solution?
Yes, exactly. So the key is that we offer the knowledge to read the results and simplify the results, because otherwise it would be too overwhelming and complicated for people to consider everything. And then if there is a problem, we also offer the solutions. I mean, not us, but our partners. We can direct people to the right partners in order for them to solve eventual problems. Some solutions may be easy and some solution may be a little bit more complicated. Some solutions may be as easy as opening the windows, and some may be more complicated, like painting the walls anew, for instance.
I think I put you in contact with yet another national key cluster here in Kraków area, which deals with smart buildings. So I think they may be interested in this, and we'll see what they will say about that. But this will be very soon.
Get in contact. Yeah. Thanks.
That's what is the LifeScience open space for, to connect people and to look maybe for some advisor from LifeSciences for you, Serena. So we'll be in touch with you. Please upload your presentation on the platform and we'll be looking for some more connections for you. Thank you once again for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
I would like to invite our next guest, who will be Paweł Ciesiołka, who will be presenting the digital breast cancer unit. And we are very interested in this solution. Paweł, are you already on the stage?
Yes, I am.
A very warm welcome to digital breast
me?
cancer unit. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can see your presentation.
Okay, so today I would like to present you our solution, digital breast cancer unit. Actually, it's a web-based software for personalized, collaborative, and multidisciplinary management of the primary breast cancer. So mainly, this solution helps the doctor and patients manage process from diagnosis to the therapy and follow up to the outcomes. It provides decision support for on the available therapy options by incorporating experience from previous cases, which were conducted by the hospitals and the doctors. We provide support for managing the process for hospital staff, with managing chemotherapy schedules and manage doses and drug administrations, which we try to simplify. Because sometimes it's very complicated process. So we try to collect the data of the patient and analyze this data. Also support the process of the therapeutics, and we are also in line with the Senologic International Society accreditation. It's breast cancer unit, and the hospitals in Poland are certified with these certifications. And to have the certifications and to keep the certifications, the hospitals must achieve must achieve some quality of the process, and we also measure this quality of the process in our application. And if the hospital have our applications, all this key process indicators are collected and reported for them without any additional efforts. This is one part of the story, and on the beginning, we try to visualize all the patient data from the HIS hospital system in consistent dashboard to help the doctors shorten the time of the working with the patient. And to do this, we created the dashboard, which have all the necessary data on one screen, and the doctor, by the logging on the screen and clicking the timeline dots on this screen, can very fast know what is this patient, what therapy is this, what is the main reason that the patient is here, and where is the tumor tissue, what is the size of the tumor tissue, what's the stage of tumor, what procedure were done to the patient, what's the lab results, and so on. So it's the dashboard to shorten the time for the doctors to go through the medical documentation of the patient, and this is one thing. And the second thing for this dashboard is to help manage the chemotherapy protocols, because chemotherapy in the breast cancers, also in the other type of cancers, sometimes needs to provide a lot of few different types of drugs to the patient in the precise time and in the precise doses. So we try to provide the solution which will help to manage these dosages and the time of when the drugs should be provided, and this and we've got this for all the protocols, chemotherapy protocols used in Poland. And the second thing is when we get all the information about the patient, all the biological information, and we also collect the biomarkers specific to the patient and his tumor, and also we can store and analyze the genetic data of the patient and his tumor. So we can store all this data, and based on this data we built a mathematical model of the breast cancer patient, and we can analyze this model and get the knowledge from this model. And when the next patient will come to our hospital, and he will be registered in the HIS system, our breast cancer software will automatically import this data from the HIS system and show it to the doctor, and the doctor can then use the database of the cases he managed before, and he can look for similar patient based on the similarity level, which can be set up by the doctor, and it can start from the basic parameters of the cancer and of the patient, but it can go very high, going to the genetic data, and this is very precise looking for similar patients. And if when we look for similar patients, we provide to the doctor very detailed report what therapies was used for the similar patients, what therapies gives best outcome and for the patient, what therapy sequence give the best outcome for the patient. They were very similar to the new patients. So this is a full decision support for the doctors based on the vast amount of data, based of other patients which were treated for the breast cancer. For the breast cancer. So we choose the therapy, we choose the therapy sequence, we show the best dosages, for example, for radiotherapy, and so on. So it's like dozen of the parameters which we will give to the doctor, and he can base on it his decision about the therapy he will manage to this patient. So we collect the data, we analyze the data, we show this data in the very consistent manner to make it easy for the doctor to know who is this patient, and all the information about his treatment and tumor, and by the analyzing we can provide information about the best therapy for this patient, and also there is a lot of additional reports in case of these indicators required by breast cancer units. So it's all the we can provide all the analytics tools for the breast cancer unit certification for the hospital, and all analytics on the breast cancer patients they have. So it's basically the tool which can provide better treatment for patients, can help incorporate genetic data of the patient, and can help choose the best therapy, and also show the indicators of the process inside the hospital, because this breast cancer certifications is based on the quality of the procedures which the hospital is providing to the breast cancer patients. So it's also indicators of how good the hospital procedures are in the field of treatments, not only outcomes of treatments, but treating the patient, quality of all the small procedures, and the treating of patients himself. So and that's our solution. Right now we are working with the pilot in Opolskie Centrum Onkologii. So we work on the live data from one of the biggest hospital in this field in Poland, and we are teaching our model and collecting the data to make our analysis and this suggestion of therapy more and more precise. That's what we provide. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Pavel, thank you. I'm a big fan of software as a solution services for healthcare. This is one of the things I really support a lot. And my question is, so who is your what's your business model?
Our business model is to address the hospitals and sell this solution as addition to the HIS system.
Okay.
Because all of them have this HIS system, and the data is there. And we are automating the transfer data, so the doctor do not have to provide input the data to our system mainly.
But it has various access to different systems. So do you think actually the data are going to be in every hospital on the same systems?
No, we are developing connectors to the HIS systems. There are the market of HIS systems is, there are like three main players. So it's not that bad. So we have connectors to them, and also because we
How
are.
about convincing doctors to use another software? That's something what is very difficult sometimes to convince doctors to use another interface and again get used to it. There's need for explanation, for workshops, you know, just educating people how to use it and how to see the benefits of such a solution.
Yeah, you're right, and some of doctors are skeptical, but if they see that part of the information can be automatically imported to our system, and they will get the actionable data. Yeah, they like this situation, and also a lot of them are you know, making and providing some research on the patients. So they are making research papers and so on, and they need the data. So the tool which provide them interface to collect the additional data to use in their own work, it's sometimes good solution for them if they can do it, because it's we are collecting all the data and also the genetic data. So you have all the data in one place and you can analyze it. So if you are conducting any study on the patients on the and any research, you need solution which will analyze the data holistically on all the patients. And also the breast cancer unit certifications, this KPIs of the certifications need to be provided every year by the hospitals. And if you do not have automatic solution which will analyze the data from HIS and provide you KPIs, you have to do it manually. So the person who is responsible for this must provide this data from the HIS system, you know, copying to Excel and collecting this data.
We know all these procedures, exactly.
Yeah, it's very, very timely.
That was my impression, first impression, that this system may be very useful for scientific research, because it very much helps to collect the data. But if you could clarify, because I'm not sure if I understand correctly, the value for the doctor, for the clinician, for the doctor, is that he receives some kind of statistically valid feedback. It's not something more advanced. This is purely statistics. I mean, what kind of statistic which collects information about the nature of the disease, in this case the type of how to say it in English, sorry, mutation, and then the applied treatment, and then results of this treatment. Yes, treatments and different type of.
There are like more parameters to analyze.
But it's still collecting a lot of parameters which are then compared statistically.
Yeah, but we are also connected to the databases, for example, for annotating mutations. And so if you are providing research and you need to know the mutations, pathogenicity of the mutations, trustee of the mutations, and so on, and if you provide the data, genetic data to our system will annotate this data automatically, and you don't have to match this data with the another sources. And then it's not only statistical, but we analyze all the process based on time. So if for example for similar patient, the best results was when there was first hormonotherapy, and then chemotherapy, and then surgery. So this sequence will be picked up by our models, because it's not only statistical models. We have bioinformatician team which are building actually neural networks to analyze this medical data. and we are very very good at this. For example, we get the third place in the international challenge to build a neural network which will try to estimate death episode in the next 3 months for the patient, which is showing in the hospital. So it was in US. This challenge was in US. We get a lot of data from the hospital, and it was a lot of different data, and we built the neural network which was estimating this death episode, and we were 92% precise in this process. So
in this direction goes my question, because I understand this type of technology is also applied here, because you claim that the doctor receives some kind of decision support system.
Yep. Yes, it's decision support system based on the analysis, but it's not just a statistical analysis. You've got the models which are analyzing lots of data. Only the genetical data is hard to analyze also in the normal statistical way, because we can put here data, raw data from NGS, and we can analyze it, annotate it. There's a lot of going on under the interface.
That's my question. That we continue question, because if this is a purely statistics, we may call it a kind of support of decisions, but of course it's not exactly what we mean. But if you claim that this system is really helping to make decision based on some kind of let's call it deep analysis, does it need to be clinically proven?
If this is just a support system, and the doctor finally makes decision, we have the documentation what is going on underneath, and based on which data the decision is provided. So it's in this area we don't have to be clinically proven solution.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think I don't have any more questions.
I have a last question which is related. So you think that based on your tests, your predictability of analysis is going to improve based on the data sets you will be collecting?
Yeah.
How many data sets can you reveal us? Is it a secret? How many data sets? It's from the hospital in Apollo at the moment, right?
Yeah, actually we are providing this pilot in there, but the data, we have more data sources right now, but it's like I mean in Opole in the breast cancer is like 60,000 cases which are cleaned, and we've got this data, but we have more data from other sources, not from Poland.
Excellent start. So I fingers crossed. You need definitely a few more proof of concepts with few more data sets to be improving actually this neural works. Big challenge convincing the doctors to use it in hospitals, but if you're going to actually show how certain things are going to improve the work and actually increase the efficiency of the treatments, I think this might be your entrance to many of hospitals and actually university clinics. This is actually the main target I would be just actually addressing in Europe and around the world. So what are you looking for support at the moment? What is your biggest challenge?
We want to roll out to other countries and come out from Poland and to go to, because we have also to collect this data. We have NLP models which are taking this data from the raw text, and we did it for Polish, and now we have also these models for English and other languages too. So we are looking to go to other.
If you would like to get in touch with some organizations in Germany, contact me.
Okay.
This is because the business model, because it will be difficult to extend this activity in Poland because of the reimbursement model. Yeah. Because you didn't answer correctly. I mean, to the question of the business model. Actually, the question is, who is paying for this?
The hospital is paying for this. Yeah.
So
yeah, I understand, but in precisely for what? I mean, where can they be? Can this be reimbursed somehow, or this is some let's say value from savings they may have on the procedures?
The savings, the savings and the inside data, the quality of treatments.
Savings, first of all,
should increase.
Yeah, first of all, savings. Second of all, actually assistance, companion software as a service to doctors to improve efficiency of the treatment, and then predictability of the data which are collected from patients. So this is something that is being extremely important for all the hospitals to start analyzing the data they've been collecting from the last decades, mostly sometimes. So long process.
National Institute of Oncology seems to be natural target for you.
Yeah. Yes, we are trying to get there.
Okay.
Also.
And
okay.
All
thank you very much.
Related to breast cancer. Thank you very much as well, Pavel. If you'd like to get any contacts, please let me know.
I will let you
I encourage you to to extend your description on the platform and put your presentation over there. And then
okay, because my colleague was doing this because I was on the other conferences. So yes, I will do it.
Okay.
Actually, I didn't look on our profile before.
It's almost empty at this moment, so we can learn. yeah. Okay.
All right. I will put more data there.
So with these presentations, we came to an end because the last presentation of Andrzej Zakręcki, who was from Mediprinting and wanted to explain us how forearm injuries can get a better treatment solutions, is falling unfortunately out because of certain personal reasons which happened the last day. Hello? Yes? No, somebody was speaking.
It's probably not to you.
No, it wasn't to me. So exactly. So the last presentation is not going to take place online, but the presentation is going to be actually uploaded on the LifeScience open space platform. So I would like to wrap up today our last session, which was online. So today we had the pleasure actually just to host Maren Lescher, Serena Bertolucci, Vito Esposito, and Marcelino Turanti from the Berliner startup ecosystem and Italian ecosystem. So if you would like to actually accelerate your startup in Berlin, visit their profiles or visit the Healthy Earth Hackathon next week, or just register to the We Make Future Festival in Italy. If you would like to get some connections regarding the medical world in Germany, you're more than welcome to contact me. My name is again Adam Fomenek, and I'm a startup coach at the BHT Startup Hub, the startup hub of the Berliner University of Applied Sciences. And today we had the pleasure to listen to different solutions of impressive actually scientists and great startup founders, from Leshen Vulcik about Motafa, and Astelmat of Wojciech Tardybon, Mariusz Olejniczak with his development of targeted cancer treatments, and Serena Bertolucci with her home solutions for healthy environments. And last, Pavel Ciesiołka about digital breast cancer units for hospitals. If you have any questions to the specialist, register on the platform, get in touch with them over LinkedIn, over the platform, and start collaborating. Other than that, I would like to say thank you very much to the organizers of the LifeScience open space, who are just in the background also here. So who is Joanna, who is Emma, who with Beata, who've been actually, and the guys from the tech team who've been actually just assisting us over time and have done a great job. And of course to Kazimierz Murzyn, not to Krzysztof. I don't know, I think it's that when you talk in different languages, then it's Murzyn connected, or that it's actually switched to Krzysztof. I apologize again, of course.
Sorry, not the problem at all. Thank you very much. This is very good. That was very good session, actually, I must admit. So you are our hero here. I didn't hear better led session than yours. So we are glad we are partnering in this. That was our last session in this event devoted to startups. And so thank you very much again, Adam. And I'll invite you tomorrow for our last two sessions online, organized in the business development track at the morning. 9:30, the career session, and later on the business development session. If you want to review and remind yourself about this session, it will be available on the platform to watch again. So thank you very much and see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city center. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer. People. In Kraków every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Kraków has become the center for modern services in Europe. Kraków is also a mecca for innovative business. From small catering units to internet startups, a few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport systems, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each day. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world, as for instance the Museum of Aviation or the Wawel Royal Castle. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Kraków is the Malopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Kraków, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Kraków is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants, offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other, often distant lands, gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Kraków is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Kraków.